Post. Post. Close both these up. Okay. So, some of you may have seen the tweets regarding this game already from me, explaining what exactly it is we're getting into here. But for those that didn't, basically, we will be managing a mercenary company, traveling around a kind of disrupted region, just trying to keep our business together, basically. Can't really say we're trying to save the world or anything like that. We aren't heroes, nor will we be. We're just here to eke out our own ends. If you've played something like Mountain Blade, you'll be familiar to a degree with how the overworld functions. There's a lot of just walking around, running into other parties in the field, or going town to point of interest, etc. Like that. Your companions are... I went with deserters fleeing an abusive captain when I started this before to test this out and see if I was going to like it enough to play it, / could the computer do it? Both of which proved positive. And the suspicion you start with really isn't bad, and starting with raw materials is nice. And your starting companions being a full set of actual fighters, also very helpful. Young farmers is one I was considering, because spearmen have been proving to be pretty good. But I haven't had a brute yet, so I don't know if they're any good. And I don't really fancy the idea of starting as bandits, because stolen items are kind of annoying from what all I found out, and having a pair of rangers in my start doesn't seem ideal. This one seems pretty good. The lack of an archer or a ranger is a little unfortunate, but we can hire more people. This one also seems solid enough. Basically, like, these three are my running contenders for what I'll take right now. I just don't like I don't understand the -5 raw materials. I assume there's like a starting pack you get every time, and that just takes 5 raw materials away from it. That's the only thing I can think of. Less medicine's unfortunate, but starting with extra crowns would be nice as well, because we could loop that into getting our professions off the ground quicker. Like, either way, we get a swordsman and a brute. It's just whether I want a ranger and an archer or a warrior and a spearman. And I really like rangers in this game so far. Archers, I'm a little hit or miss on. The archer I had in my test game really wasn't blowing me away, because there's a lot of melee fighting that happens in this game, and as you might imagine, archers don't exactly shoot into melee the best. And they can't defend themselves if they get engaged particularly well. I also forgot to turn my light on, so give me one quick second to address that. That's the one thing I forgot. I had sat down and hit the live button like, yeah, for once I did everything and I remembered everything, and forgot the light. It's not the room light, in case anybody's confused. I have a light right outside the room so people don't interrupt me. It probably wouldn't be that hard to recruit a ranger after we've started, especially having money, because you have to spend 120 crowns in order to recruit people. Well, from what I've seen so far. So we'll pick up the failed company who lost the merchants they were escorting. I went with Cunning Fighters last time, and that was working really well. The extra 10% experience really seemed to be pretty impactful early on, at least. The only other one that I'm like, this could be huge, would actually be our use to long walks, because fatigue definitely comes in pretty quickly from what I've experienced in testing. Though incredible resilience for 10% more constitution probably would eventually become huge. The only thing is 10% of what you'll typically see isn't a lot, because most of the characters until they get to the higher levels only have like 10 constitution, you know, 10 to 20, 20 being incredible. So the most you'd get out of 10% more would be 2. Sale price could be good, and critical damage, I guess if you're focusing that, might turn into something, but I don't really see that being that great. But I'll stick with my Cunning Fighters, because that's also the style I like, is fighting cleverly, rather than just having to be stronger. But you have to take a flaw. They can either carry one less, be grumpy pains in the ass, have bad luck, be very, very sleepy boys, or they get paid 1 more coin each. I actually think I went with sleepy boys last time. Either that or I went with the bout of bad luck, because 3% less crit really didn't seem like a big deal. This wouldn't be that huge either, I don't think. It would just be kind of annoying. This I don't want, because you all know me by now. I'm a hoarding monster. I will carry everything I see. Unless I get rid of it for actual reasons. And danger during rest has kicked in to be a problem a couple times, but usually only when the percentage was very high. And the worst thing you tend to get out of this is you just get into another fight while you're resting, which means you fight fatigued, which isn't great, but it does mean more fights, which means more experience, which means more resources, etc., etc. So it's not the worst. And I think I'll go ahead and go with that again. Now this is another important screen though. We can either have it be set to regions, how dangerous the game is, or global adaptive difficulty, so we can move around more, see more of the world, actually get to do more stuff within a shorter amount of time without jumping in over my means. I went with this in testing. This I feel like would get boring, because you could easily end up in a situation where you have to grind a bit in order to be able to get into another region. Whereas this, you just kind of have free-flowing movement. I went with experienced before, and I'm gonna stick with experienced, and free save. I like free save just because of the fact that I like to be able to occasionally drop safety saves to prevent loss from crashing. I have not yet needed or felt any urge to reroll a fight, but I've also not lost any fights yet. And that was with getting my characters all, I think, to level 4? And having played for like 6 hours. So basically the length of today's session, and I never got into a bad enough fight to feel super threatened. I did start running out of the resources to fix the damage after each fight. So we did get into a very sketchy situation in that time frame, but it was still entirely manageable as long as I paid attention. So I think this set of settings will be fine, as later on we'll probably start running into real serious issues, whereas on expert or extreme, I would be just having a bad time. And novice is just baby mode. I don't need to go that low. We got Vainclick, Owen, Humlin, and Ingus. I could change things about these people. Like, you could fully customize their names, their images, and everything. I can even change their names later. So I'm not going to worry about names or anything right now. And the way these people look really isn't going to matter once we start getting some gear, because it's going to get covered up anyway. He starts with Run as his extra thing. For a Spearman, that's okay. I don't know what else they could get as their other starting skill, but Run is helpful. Because not only is that extra ground coverage, but for those who don't know how this game works, disengaging from enemies is dangerous. Run allows you to bypass that disengage and get away from an opponent. That would be very, very helpful. I could give them double positive traits, but I'm going to let the game just give them the one random positive for each of them. And I'm just taking a look at what each of these has. So the Brute is starting with First Aid. That's going to be very helpful. I haven't needed First Aid, but having it on hand is good. Because it's a way to revive somebody that's dying. 2 people with that I'm not so sold on. Also looks like, yeah, we have nobody with a shield on this team so far. Oh wait, yeah. Wait. I just realized that wasn't the Brute. The Brute's the one with the shield. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't realize that the Swordsman and the Warrior could both use two-handed weapons. Because, again, I only have the experience of playing for a few hours on a one setup. And I'd only picked up a couple extra companions during that time. Most of which were Spearmen and Rangers that I had picked up along the way. Because some of them you just find through doing quests and such, and they join you for free. But I had ended up with 3 sword and board people. Well, 1 axe and board and 2 sword and boards. Now we've got club and board and big mashy weapons. And you know what? I'm gonna let it be. I'm gonna let it play out how it will. It's just gonna be a little confusing for me because I've not used the big weapons yet. And that may sound weird, but it'll make sense as we go why I say that that's gonna be a little strange. So what was your other ability? Okay, you at least do have Taunt. Taunt's very good for reasons that I'll get into when we actually get into it. And bear in mind, I could change their starting weapons. I could change all of this. But I'm going to let the game give me what it gives me. Am I going to regret that? Possibly. But that's how this whole random generation works. Let's go. Okay, so this text is different each time as well. At the beginning, a mercenary's life is never easy. After a heated skirmish with bandits, the most opportunistic of your companions have fled, leaving behind a generous payment and a furious client. Keen to make a few crowns, but not at the expense of their own lives, they now need to find a new job. Companions and drinks won't pay for themselves, after all. Repairs and drinks, rather. I mean, companions also won't pay for themselves. So we have these 4. And a pony. You'll always have a pony. Specifically a pony with saddlebags to help haul your stuff around with. And you'll note that we have 20 raw materials, 3 medicine, 12 apples, and 12 bread. So I guess the default is 20 materials then, so the adventurers would have just had 15 materials to show, I guess, that they're less prepared than most because they're just a bunch of kids who think adventure's a great thing. That's our tutorial fight that's going to be over there, but I want to grab this iron ore before they get to me, hopefully. Nope, they want on it too bad. So we'll be fighting 1 hoodlum, 1 poacher. Now we'll be getting to the meat of the game. which is the tactical interface once it loads. It does have a little bit of a load time problem sometimes. You'll note that there isn't face icons for our side, there's just swords. That's because any member of your party can be used once per round in whatever order you want. We can also move them around before the fight starts, in any way we wish. That exclamation point, as you can see there, indicates what enemy's acting first for their side. So ideally you want to engage the one who's going to be acting next before they can take their action, because they'll then be forced to fight the one who's engaged them. I'll go ahead and move you over here so you have easier access to the archer. You two can fuck him up, you two can take care of him. That should be fine. Now, it's worth noting, it says all units in the area for these attacks. I am reasonably confident, considering some of the other moves I've seen and what has happened with them, that these will do friendly fire. So that's worth keeping in mind. But since Owen here has a shield, I'm going to go ahead and have them come over here and engage the hoodlum. Especially since they do bonus damage to armor. When you perform a melee attack on a free enemy, you engage them. An engaged unit can only attack their engaged opponent and has a higher chance of taking critical damage. Take advantage of this with your other units. An engaged unit is exposing their back. Attack them from behind to get a bonus. That's how this works. These two are now locked in combat. You'll notice my movement has been replaced with disengage. If I try to disengage normally, you get an attack of opportunity from your engaged opponent. And it does a lot of damage. So you gotta be very careful when you choose to do that. That's what things like Taunt is for, and why I was excited to have that. If Owen was not engaged with this opponent, but in base-to-base contact with them, he could force them to flip their target to him, forcing them to re-engage. It doesn't incur any attacks of opportunity, but it frees up the one who's no longer engaged to either get an attack on their back or just, like, give them some breathing space. It's very helpful, and that 50% weakening is huge sometimes. But it causes Valor points. Right now, our Valor points are going to be very, very sparse, because we don't have that many ways to generate them other than resting. But we also don't have that many things that consume them. But since it's just a hoodlum, I'm not going to bother weakening him, because he's just got a knife. They hurt a bit, but they mostly hurt when they get to hit you in the back. Now, spears are good for moving people around. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have... Yeah, because the hoodlum's not going to get a turn till both of them have had a chance to act. So here's the clever idea. Move over here. Use the spear to nudge the poacher so that they're closer to their friend. You'll notice that also did not get the spearman engaged. If an enemy is moved, or if one of your guys is moved by another person's action, you also get disengaged. You have to remain in base-to-base contact for engagement to stay. And just being in contact does not engage you. So I can just stand here and make it awkward for him, but he won't be engaged with me, so he can still shoot. Which is why I'm not the biggest fan of that. Like, if he was backed up against his friend, he would still engage the spearman in combat because he then wouldn't have been moved. But this is exactly where I wanted him to be. Because now we can do fun things like move Big X Slammy over here into a position where they can hit both of them. And as you can see, they got a critical hit on the hoodlum because the hoodlum's already engaged with someone else. Now, there's another fun thing about people being engaged that we will get into here in a moment. Except I can't actually get into a position to enact it right now, because the archer's not engaged with anyone right now. Where's your cone? Okay, you won't hit any friends with this. This is perfect. Yeah. Okay, so maybe big weapons are weird about engaging in combat as well, because I would have figured... Well, then again, they're diagonal, so maybe that's why. Which means they still get to shoot, which is upsetting. But they don't do a lot of damage right now. Later on, even poachers become quite dangerous, and that's why I usually prioritize getting them under control. We'll go ahead and take another free and easy maim shot. That'll end their turn. You don't really have, like, AP or anything to worry about. You can just use each action once, or, in the case of movement, move up to your maximum amount of movement until you end your turn. So you can walk in, stab somebody, and walk back out if you're not engaged, for example. Which is very helpful. But it also makes the tactical combat in this debatably too easy at times. Oh, you're the one gonna be moving next, actually. I've made a mistake moving you, but it's okay. We can correct the mistake by just murdering him instead. Back. Note that galvanization. This morale meter up here will give you benefits if you push it up high enough. If you push it all the way over here, they will try to turn tail and leave. You will have the choice whether to push through the rest of the fight or let them leave. Obviously, if you kill them all, you get all the loot. If you let them leave, you're not getting everything. Pound, pound. Slap. And that's the basic rundown of how combat in this works. We got a damage dagger, a little bit of money, and we could take the corpses with us. And there is a reason to pick up corpses, but we're not going to be doing that. So I'm going to leave those behind. And Owen, having engaged in a lot of that combat, gained a level. They also were clever, so they gained a bit of boosted experience. Which lets us get into this page here. Not every class starts out by getting their specialization, but this is a good class for us to take a look at it from. You'll notice they can get up to heavy armor if they take Destroyer, and it also allows you to apply more weakened, which is nice. This one applies poison and does an area effect. And this one has a charge. I'm kind of tempted by Vanguard for that charge, especially since this is one of the ones that has a shield. The thing of it is, though, heavy armor and weakening will mean that their shield is very useful because enemies won't be able to hurt them. But it only works on, you know, the one they're focused on. Whereas that charge could allow them to break through a situation and actually help guard somebody at a moment's notice. I'm going to take the Destroyer. They're going to be focused on main line, front line. Which is also why I wanted the 2 extra Constitution from taking Destroyer. Because each specialization also gives you a stat bonus. And you can only take the 1. After that, you start taking all of these things. You can take whichever ones of these you want once you reach those thresholds. Your specialization doesn't define your path. It just defines which of these 3 choices you have. Just keep boosting your Constitution. Oh, and the immovable object. Now, things like knives can only be used by rangers, so this knife is in and of itself currently useless to us. That's fine. There's also professions you can assign to people. Right now, we only have the Tinkerer profession because it's the only one we're aware of. Interacting with objects and people and things will teach you other professions. We have Tinker right now because Tinker is involved with the workbench we have in our starting camp. Which I'm not going to bother assigning a profession to anybody yet because all I would do is assign Tinker, and Tinker doesn't do anything outside of actually using it for its assigned purposes. Which it doesn't have right now. We could stop off in the stable, but I have no purpose for the stables at the moment. I could get an extra horse through a quest there, but the quest really just costs you money. This, however, is more important. We found more landmarks, which gets us discovery points, which gets us knowledge. This is where another big part of the game comes in, where you can spend your knowledge points to either unlock things in a profession or get your whole group benefits. Like they eat less, they can carry more, they're willing to give up a pay cut, all kinds of fun things like that. I took run when I was doing this initially, and I don't regret it, but it's not as good as it may sound. But it is necessary for unlocking some of the things down here. I'm actually going to go ahead and take rationing first this time, because I did end up in a bit of a sketchy food situation when I was playing before. So we'll just head that off because my management's going to be a bit sloppier, more than likely, since I'm streaming. So we'll head that potential issue off there. We'll head on over to the forge and make one of these people a blacksmith. You already know how to swing a hammer. We'll make you a blacksmith. That opens up the blacksmith's profession crafting, which in this case gets us some offhand throwable weapons, shields, and some new armor. But we need other materials we don't currently have for that. You can also talk to this gentleman.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Now, I don't know if you can actually train your own blacksmith up to the point where he will hire them or not. I do know that there's one you can find and bring to him, and we will be picking him up today if I remember where he is. But he's also where you'll get your raw materials to repair your stuff from, and he'll also sell coal. Coal is currently useless to us, as far as I've been able to figure out. And this repair button here is great for if you run out of raw materials. It doesn't charge too much for repairing your armor, and keeping your armor repaired is necessary. Because if you don't do repairs, see this armor meter up here? If you're not repairing, ignore it. It doesn't exist because it will be gone. It's just that simple. Over here at the apothecary, we can teach someone to be an alchemist. And, you know what, Vainlick, you can go ahead and be the alchemist for now. That gets you bombs, oils, and the ability to make more medicine. Without medicine, you cannot heal the injuries that are incurred by losing regular health. And even if somebody doesn't go down, they will incur injuries if they take any real percentage of their actual health. Over here at the inn, we can get jobs from this emissary.
Our role as emissaries is to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers.
For example, we can go wipe out Antius' squad, because that's an easy one. Wipe out some deserters that are over in a mine. It'll show you where those locations are as well. I'm not going to take any of these average ones yet, because we currently suck. And those average ones will most likely destroy us. We can also just hire any old person that's hanging out. Like this one's a swordsman. Another one with a big sword. They're strong, and they start out as a blacksmith. Now, the thing is, most of the ones you're going to find here don't start with any experience in that profession. So having the profession kind of doesn't matter unless you don't have the profession already.
I want to see the world before settling down.
What do you got? You're a ranger. You've got wrath. Okay. Okay, you are a tempting option. You're a blacksmith, which doesn't matter. You can just trade out their professions as well. So don't worry about if they're locked in on something. It doesn't matter. Wimham. Another warrior. Warriors are good because Sentinel is a very strong specialization in my experience so far, and Executioner and Berserker both looked like they'd be fun as well. They're a very potent choice. I kind of want to get a Ranger onto the team now rather than later so that I don't have to worry about them being behind in levels. We do have the money. We don't have a lot of influence, though. That's the other currency you need for recruiting people, as you'll see here. It'll cost me all of the influence I currently have. You get it by doing jobs, fighting battles, doing quests. Basically, most of the big things you do will involve getting you influence. And wow, he's actually really cheap. It must be as you progress, they get more expensive then. I only ever saw 120s and higher, but I also didn't realize I could recruit people till I had fought a handful of battles. We'll go ahead and grab Roland now then. That means we have 5 people for fighting. And I can make use of this knife, which trades out his stab that he had before, which was just do 6 to 7 damage and have very good crit chance if they hit somebody from behind. Trades it out for poisoning, which is just 6 to 7 and apply 1 poison. It's not as good, but it raises their dexterity a little higher, which influences their critical hits and just, I believe, straight up influences their damage as well. I know it affects the damage on archery. I seem to recall it's for knives too, but it can be a little weird about whether it tells you or not. Yeah, you see melee dexed there. That'll tell you whether it scales off that stat or not. Is for context, this one is melee strength. And obviously these will be melee strength as well. Or, in this case, area strength. Since it was only 60, do I want to hire another one? The thing is, fights will also get more dangerous as your team gets larger. Because there will be more enemies. And more enemies means more you have to manage. So, I would not recommend going too crazy with expanding your team straight away. Especially since it also raises your food consumption and your wages. So there's a little bit of a balancing act there.
Take a look at my wares.
This is gonna look silly, but I'm gonna buy this sandstone, and I'll explain why later, when it becomes relevant. It's not for a quest or anything, it's something we can make later. And I'm gonna go ahead and buy out their leather. For a reason that, if you were paying attention on the blacksmithing screen, will be immediately obvious. And we'll head back over to the forge to make use of it. Roland won't be staying at blacksmith, so we'll give Owen the experience. Specifically, and it may seem silly to make rags, but these rags are better than the rags our people are wearing right now. Sadly, we don't have enough cloth to make more than one, even though I bought a bunch of leather, but that's okay. And you get to do a mini game. Basically, whenever you see that ring spark, hit it. You hit it at the right timing. When it does that, you'll make a better piece of gear. You don't do that, it'll be okay. Ah. 3 out of 4 ain't bad. That'll still be pretty good. To see, instead of the 10 armor it showed, it now has 12, and it has 2 armor layer slots. We won't be able to do anything with armor layers right now, because I've never even seen armor layers in the time I played. I know those are things you can add onto your armor to make your armor better. That's about all I know, because I've never had one. We've also discovered more things, because we learned about more concepts in the game, so we've expanded our repertoire of points. And I'm going to hold on to that point for the moment. Now, since Owen is our shield character who's going to be the one walking into enemies the most right now, we're going to go ahead and upgrade their armor first. Now, you're just wearing farmer's rags, though, so that's still actually an upgrade from what you're wearing anyway. Yeah, you'll notice there's actually multiple kinds of rags as well, which is kind of funny. It's a little weird, but, you know. We have a literal rags to riches scenario here. Since I still don't know how the big weapons work... No, I'm still gonna give you the armor. I was gonna say I'll give the higher armor to the spearman, but he already has angler's rags, which are 8. So in that situation, it really didn't matter. If we can get our hands on some more cloth, we can make some more armor. But I don't think they were selling cloth. No, they sell woolen cloth, which is trade goods, but that's not the same thing. Let's see if we can catch up to that caravan before it gets away. Nah, they're gone. No, we're moving pretty quick, but we'll just hit this one instead. Now, this is one thing I've noticed with caravans, which is annoying. Not all of them will trade with you. Even the same icon sometimes just won't. And I would recommend against just randomly fighting caravans, especially early on, where they're stronger than I am, probably. Yeah, see, this is what will sometimes happen, is you'll be able to trade with them. They sell a bunch of basically random things. You can still attack them if you want, and you can steal from them. I don't entirely know how stealing works. I know it involves this suspicion meter up here, and I know stolen goods carry over in a weird way, which is why I've not really done it. Will you trade with me? I've usually only had the ones with the coins manage to trade. No such luck about finding cloth nearby, huh? I was hopeful to find some cloth right out the start so I'd have good rags on a couple people right away. But it looks like we're not going to get that lucky. There's some wolves. Wolves aren't terrible to deal with. What's up, Snork? How you doing today? Yeah. I've been enjoying it so far. I'm just a little late getting to it because of the fact that it happened to show up on Game Pass the other day after having been out for, I think, a year or two. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Snap up the free wood, see if there's anything good on these corpses. I'm doing fine so far. It's a little cold here, but I'll get over it. Never turn down free money. Yeah. I got into it kind of late because I never realized it was any good. That's fair. I used Game Pass mostly as a way to test things so I don't waste money on things that end up not turning out to be good. I'm not going to get involved in this exchange right now. We're not in a good spot to be dealing with that quest. In fact, I'm not going up there either because I remember what happens up there and I don't want any part of it right now. Yeah, now everybody's getting tired. We'll pull over here and camp out. I still haven't figured out how to get somebody to be a scholar. I assume I need to just touch the right thing and learn about scholars. I just haven't found the right thing. You know what? So you... Just so you stop being a blacksmith and interfering with the other blacksmith, we'll make you the tinkerer. Not yet. I'm not in any rush to figure that out because I don't know whether it'll really make a huge difference. And I've already got a lot to filter through. Yeah, that I did notice. I pointed that out earlier. As long as you have the professions unlocked, you can swap to them. Do you know if the experience on a profession carries over, whether you swap them or not? Because that's the only thing I haven't tested, is whether they lose the experience in that profession. Okay. That's what I figured. Which, you end up with enough people to have them dedicated to a profession anyway, so it's not like it'll be a problem. I don't have that recipe unlocked, do I? I mean, if it works, it works. Because I assume you can eventually get it to the point where you basically knock out all of your food consumption. I don't have the thing I'm looking for yet. Is the food management definitely can turn a bit annoying. Yeah. You do have to kind of manage your trips out to make sure that they actually have value, or you end up losing a lot. I know. You usually can push it till they start not moving, like, at all. But I'm just taking it easy at the moment for demonstration purposes for anyone who hasn't seen the game yet. It doesn't need to be all perfect min-max right out the gate. This game isn't so harsh as to need that. And more than likely, we're not keeping this reality entirely anyway. This is me testing the waters to see if people will watch this. And then I may be bringing a friend along that I'll be splitting the management with. Oh, I don't have Ambusher anymore, right? No, that still counted. It just didn't pop up over my head this time. It's just 2 wolves, so this will be easy. And put Humlin over here. Oh, okay. That's what you meant. Yeah, without context, that was a little of a, huh? That definitely could read either way on that one. Yeah, these are only 16 hit point wolves, so I'm not really concerned about these. But always good policy to start as you mean to go on, and keep in practice about engaging with those who engage best first. I'm not going to waste the Valor points on that, because we're already going to be able to get a fair few hits in before they get to do anything. Go ahead and stand you over here, because I think your sweep will reach. Not quite, it's actually shorter than I think. And can't get both. Oh well. You two can have a grand old time being engaged there. So that was exactly why that didn't work the way I thought it would initially. That's fine. Ah, no crit. Sad. But you have Wrath. I could let them flee, but that would get me less meat. I would rather finish the job, because it's not like this thing's gonna get to attack anyway. Ta-da! Just go ahead and pick it all up. We got the carrying space, just take it all. And now we can figure out what I want to do with Humlin. I could still make them a protector and then just get them a sword and shield later. Or I could have fun with this idea. Because the only one I haven't tried out of these three is Swordmaster. But it is the only one that doesn't have heavy armor. But I can also just pick up somebody else to wear heavy armor as well. Yeah, for fun. Not gonna sit here and agonize over these decisions. I did plenty of that in the test game I was running. I would sit there and stare at this and go, well, I could do this, or I could do that, but that was also in my own time. Where the only one's time I was wasting was my own. Right now I'm just hitting a bunch of notable locations just to get our knowledge points going. And this also gets us points toward the paths. Those paths will be important, but I'll get into exactly what they do once we actually have one of those meters filled. Because till then, it doesn't matter, particularly. Let's go hit these caravans on the way and see if I can trade with either of them. Come here, you. Don't you run from me.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Your wares sure are humble. You got that much right. I'll take some of that iron ore, because I'm going to need that to make some more things. Snow irises are also nice, but I'm not going to bother buying them, because I usually have been having good luck finding plenty of those by the time I need medicine. And you just don't want to have anything to do with me. Well, fuck you too. That's one thing I still don't understand. So if you have a straight answer on that one, Snork, I'd be interested to know what determines whether a caravan will trade with you or not. Is some of them I walk up to the exact same way and they're like, you need to die, and others are like, oh, we'll do business. Like, is it a matter of, are they carrying things and aren't they?
Interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Which I have yet to figure out if I could tell the difference, because those parties both look basically the same, except one has a sword out and one doesn't, so maybe that's the thing? I know they have a job for me, but I'm not worried about getting that from them right now. The pathing can be a little funny at times. There we go. I just wanted the iron. Will you trade? Because you don't have weapons drawn. Ah, maybe that is the thing. Maybe weapons being drawn is the issue, then. I'll take your lockpicks. Don't worry, I can totally be trusted with those. Nothing bad's gonna happen from me having them. Some more free wood. Where am I? Yeah. Some boars hanging about in the woods. Yeah, I know, you guys are tired. It's okay, just get a little further away from the boars and then we'll rest. I don't know if it's actually safer to rest in or out of woods in this game yet. I've had mixed results either way. Let's go ahead and get a cooking pot made now while we have the supplies for it. And we can teach somebody to be a cook quickly. It took me a while to get a cooking pot last time because I was usually throwing all of my iron into making other things to get my tinkering up instead. And get my blacksmithing up. But having an early cook is probably going to be smarter. So... Ingus, you are now our cook. Enjoy being a cook. We don't have anything to cook right now, but at the very least he will lower our food consumption. And we don't need to be generating as much happiness because they're all pretty happy. Now, we do have high danger here, actually, so this is more than likely going to end up with us getting attacked, which is fine. More profit for us. Because we're not super fatigued. And 80% danger, and we got out of it clean anyway. I can live with that. Onward we go. Just gotta be mildly mindful of our surroundings. I could catch up to that caravan, but I'm not gonna bother because it'll be enough chasing that it's not worth it to us, most likely. We'll see. See, this one's got a sword drawn as well, so I want to see if that actually is the indicator. No, because they'll trade as well. So that has nothing to do with why they trade or don't trade. Interesting. Interesting. I should properly learn how to steal at some point as well, because I keep putting it off because I'm like, I don't want to end up having to fight the guards all the time and have it be annoying and all that. Okay, see, I didn't challenge you guys. You came to me, so you've chosen to die. I was usually leaving the refugees alone because I see no reason to kill every single one of them off. I tend to only bother with it when they bother me. And in this case, well, they chose to bother me. So they have chosen the path of regret. So let's see. Their first move is the poacher. I don't have anybody good enough to just kill the poacher outright. But poachers won't do much damage at close range, so I could just have Roland run in, stab them, get their attention, keep them occupied. Because anybody else who walks in is... Actually, no, because one of the big weapons can probably keep them entertained. As long as I have them stand next to them. So maybe have Humlin do that. Also got a spear we could throw at somebody. But nobody's really got great enough movement to back up, grab that, and then throw it in and follow it in one turn. I think I will move Ingus over to make use of that. It's unfortunate that that's the hoodlum that's moving first. So what we'll do is we'll place Owen down here, engage them. Have you two take care of that problem. Roland will pick off whatever he can get his hands on other than that. And I think we're in good shape with that plan. This isn't an ideal situation for either of them, really, because they're only going to be able to hit one person with their attack, but it's still going to be much better than the damage the poacher's doing. So, that keeps things occupied. You're the next one to move after the poacher, so we go ahead and engage you to lock down your turn. And just for fun, because we have a decent amount of points, just go ahead and crack you upside the head a second time. That attack really is just an aggressive taunt. We only have one person who can move before this guy gets their attack back in, though. Actually, wait, no, that's the hoodlum down there, not this one. Sometimes when the icon's off screen, I forget the icon exists, and I'm like, oh yeah, they're gonna do the thing. And I don't want them doing that. Oh, that's out of range to throw at them anyway. What am I doing? Wasting a turn, that's what I'm doing. Oh well. Oh no, poison. Yeah, because even if I had walked Van Lick down there and pushed that hoodlum up, it wouldn't be enough to get them in range of the spear throw. We could let them walk towards us, get them in range of it being thrown at them. Actually, we might be able to put them in an interesting spot to make a choice here and see what they end up doing with it. Because even if they go for Rollin, it's not going to be the end of the world for him. And he might be able to just straight kill this poacher if he rolls well. Or the engaged thing's going to stay stuck on screen and block our sight of how this is playing out. Nice. That's pretty much exactly what I would have wanted out of that. Is that frees Humlin up to do more. And we still get another turn before they do anyway. The only problem is I can't actually engage this hoodlum to keep them from running off and doing whatever it is they want to do. Because I don't have a position where I could keep them stuck. And so the spear can't engage. But, yeah, I figured they were more than likely going to immediately engage the one who stabbed them. So it works itself out either way. Go ahead and have Roland... Second verse, same as the first. Stab, stab. I could let you leave, but why would I do a silly thing like that when you're all about to die? You know, there's that crazy thing called honor I could worry about, but why would I do a fool thing like that? When I can get more profit by killing all of you. Oh wow, we actually got a jacket. It took so long before anybody dropped armor when I was playing before that I just assumed armor just wasn't gonna drop. Berserker's pretty fun, but Ovation was also really helpful. Now, I do kind of want to give you a targeted ability in case we end up with a situation where there's just a big clump around a single target. Cutting Maelstrom's probably the better choice between these two. But I'll take Berserker. Go ahead and get you up to 10 strength. Yeah, you're also only wearing farmer's rags, so go ahead and take the jacket. A little bit more movement will help you out in terms of getting your angles anyway. So it's a win-win all around.
Please, have mercy, good sirs. Have mercy on us. We didn't attack you to hurt you, believe me. We only wanted to scare you, so that you would hand over your crowns. Please, don't hurt me. It was wrong and we knew it. But Gothenburg requires so much gold to cross the border that we had no other choice. We have no other choice but to rob travelers.
I would get a raider bow from that, but I also don't have an archer currently. So I don't have much use for that. And your friends are all already dead, so I don't fancy your odds on your own anyway. And you did pick this fight. Excuses or not, die. And taking all of someone's money is as good as killing them in a lot of cases in a world like this anyway. To be honest, if it wasn't asking for all of the money I had in exchange for an item I had no use for, I probably would have let her go. But stuck with a binary choice like that, it meant death for them. Should probably be spending more of these points at this point because we're sitting on 3 points right now. It does seem very helpful to get extra stat points. I was actually running into a decent amount of money trouble, so we'll go ahead and get frugality as well. Ooh. See, I never grabbed frugality at all when I was playing before, so I didn't even know this one existed. A 5% increase in money does seem like it'd be quite good. But I don't... Part of me wants to save points so that I can grab some of the stuff in blacksmithing immediately upon us leveling it enough. But there's also considerations for the stuff down here as well. The upgraded workbench, the better cooking pot, the better campfire. What's our carrying capacity like right now? 94. Yeah, I don't need the 10 more right now. Extra valor points would be nice. I am intending to start stealing in things, so we'll go ahead and get Artful Dodger. Okay, doesn't look like that one opened up anything. Or was that there before? I'm honestly not sure. Doesn't matter. But this way now when we start stealing, our suspicion will go down quicker. It'll also help with a couple other situations where we'll end up with some suspicion on us. Now having discovered a decent amount of territory, let's go back, wipe out Antares' squad, and then head back into town to use up some of the stuff we're carrying.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Our wages are currently only 70, so we'll go ahead and grab some more iron ore. This is the most iron ore I think I've had at one time ever. Yeah, we'll shortcut across the woods because this whole curve here is unnecessary for us. Boars are fighting amongst themselves. Which, that's another fun thing with this game, is that things will actually fight amongst themselves, and you can take advantage of it. I just have other business I'm focused on at the minute. And we don't need the food that badly. Come here, you silly merchant. What do you got? You got death. Okay, goodbye. But you?
Might I
interest you in my humble wares, my good
So many of you selling the same damn things. I would like to find some of the merchants like I found when I was playing before that actually had weapons and armor on them. Sadly, not so much luck on that one. There's the squad we're looking for up there, so we gotta go around the bend here. I guess we'll camp out first because people are complaining. I would rather them be at full strength when we got up to those guys anyway. Because usually those named squads are actually somewhat dangerous, especially early on, so I will be mildly cautious. Let's go ahead and make a few lockpicks to get his tinkering up. I'm not that fussed about getting a tinkering chest, though. Actually, on that note, I probably should make that first, actually. Especially if I am going to make somebody be a thief. The chest will allow me to get rid of things without having to go find a fence. Thing is, and I could make Humlin a thief, I guess. Or just not have anybody be a thief yet and wait till we get the next person. Because we also still would like a woodcutter and things like that, but it's fine. I'm not in any hurry on any of those ideas. But now that we gotta upgrade to our tinkering, you'll notice there are a couple more things in the tinkering list. Not a lot, because a lot of tinkering needs recipes, but actually, it looks like there's actually nothing in here we got from Tinkering Apprentice. Oh well. It's fine. And since he got Apprentice from making the chest, I'm not even going to bother making the lockpicks because we don't need more than 3 of them at the moment. And I can save the iron ore for other things. I'm not carrying any salt or anything. Oh yeah, actually, while I'm carrying the sandstone is a good time to remember to do this. But we don't have the coal for it anyway. Right, because I bought the coal randomly last time thinking I was going to need it for something. And then now I don't have it in this reality. Right. Now watch as with danger 30%, we're going to somehow end up getting into a fight on this night instead of the one where we had 80% danger. The Oracle strikes again. My luck is predictable. But really, all they did was deliver meat to me, so I'm kind of fine with this. Our damage taken is up slightly, but they don't stand a chance. Okay, you can't reach, so your turn basically doesn't exist. If you just roll up and slice this. Because if we can kill this one straight up, that means we get the rest of the character's turns before this one moves, and we just win. Yet again. And even if we don't kill it, which we did, we're still in a very good spot either way. Position you a little more favorably. Yeah, you can't reach anything, so you're gonna be like the last choice here. How much was your movement? Yeah, even if I push the wolf, you're not gonna be able to reach it, I don't think. But with pushing kept in mind... Oh yeah, we can also try out Rampage, actually, so this works. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Smackada. I mean, I could just not burn the Valor point. Yeah, let's just not burn the Valor point. Since it's not a temporary point. Pop. Looks gained a level. Everybody's happy enough that we get the experience bonus now. Yeah, they don't get their specialization yet. So Spear Wall is going to be real fun when we get that again. I'm probably taking that, though Piercing Throw looked like it'd be fun, too. Fury to everybody in an area also seems good. Like, all three of these are really nice. The specializations do seem all generally pretty powerful. Let's see. I want you to have... Valor's Victory doesn't really help with him that much. Yeah, I typically do have my spearmen like shoulder to shoulder with somebody else. So I usually use them to unwedge people who need backup. Or do cheeky tricks with one of the archer moves, because if you move an enemy with a spear's push when they've got bombard pointed at a spot, it will still trigger bombard. So you're basically just triggering Overwatch by shoving people through the Overwatch zone. Which I assume the same thing would happen for Spear Wall in the other direction as well. Since it is just movement within their range, I think it was. Yeah, whenever an enemy enters the area. So if you had multiple spearmen, you could probably just shove people into spears. And just be absolutely rude. I like this plan now that I've had this plan. We've already rested, so let's just up and at 'em. It's time to go to the next fight. Because we didn't even need to do repairs after that. We didn't even get touched. Game? I would like to move. Hello? Apparently they found just a nook that they got stuck in. Our target should be up here somewhere. I would assume they hadn't wandered too far afield. That them? Yep, that's them. Around their vision cone. We can get the ambush. Is the thing to keep in mind with these special squads is this named character up here counts as one of the opponents, and they are stronger than most. This one's gonna be a cakewalk though, because it's just Antius and one henchman. Game really threw me a softball with the easy rating on this one. I'm used to these squads being like 4 guys and then the leader. It's a hatchet, but it's out of range. Antius is going right away, so we want to make sure to engage Antius straight off the bat if we can. If I move you where he is, can you actually reach him? You can, okay. So that'll occupy them straight away. So that'll be our first move, guaranteed. Especially since we can also put the weakening blow on them. Because note the fact that they've got like 50 health. In a world where most of our guys don't have that, even our heaviest one. But the bright side to that is these usually drop some nice things. Because, you know, these are big people fights. Go ahead and get the poison in there early as well. You go ahead and keep this guy occupied. Or dead. Dead would be fine. These tooltips keep getting stuck today, and I didn't have that problem before, so I don't know why it's a problem now. Okay, they're already nearly dead. So that's not an issue. I don't think you can reach. Yeah, no. Need to get you a little more movement. And you guys were just out in bumblefuck nowhere, so it's not surprising that you're not going to do much. I could make you run in. Actually, yeah, because you can run in and get there and get the surround bonus. Because this is the other fun thing I was talking about with having an opponent that's engaged. If you've got 2 allies near that target, they get an extra damage. Which is going to be important against a heavy target like this guy. Our spear's not going to do as much this close, but the surround bonus will benefit everybody else. And we get our valor point from having him near an ally while not engaged. Round new fun. We may as well start by finishing this guy off and just get him off the table. It doesn't help toward this exchange here, but this exchange is also practically over. Because it's now going to be just a 5-man beatdown of this poor boy. Nice, got Fury right off the first swing. Looks like it didn't do the extra damage for the other attacks in that set. But still, good to know that that's how that meant do. Swing a little weird just to make sure we don't get any friendly fire. Yeah, they're not so tough without their armor value. We are going to need to do a little bit of armor repair after this, but that's okay. Who hasn't killed somebody yet? I think everybody has gotten a kill at this point. I know Roland definitely did. Ingus just did. Humlin... I think Humlin killed somebody already. They were one of the first ones hit too. Oh, I think we're good. Just whack them upside the head. Because I don't know if they get anything out of actually killing targets. I just like to make sure everybody gets to have some fun. Ooh, unique shield. That's actually fantastic. Repair everything. And the most important part is now we get paid. Roost ball. Okay. And some free food. Never say no to free food. Unless it's poisoned. The bread isn't poisoned, right? Probably isn't poisoned. The only one who can currently make use of a shield is you, so here you go. Now they have significantly more armor and some good guard. His guard is damage reduction in this game. Okay, because they have the same icons. That's why I'm confused. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that same icon with the bag and the coins next to it. I have ended up having the fight prompt show up for those, even though they have the same icons as the ones that do trade. So, I am confused. What is the what indicates to the player the difference there? That's what I'm not getting. Is the sprites will be the same and the icon will be the same, but I get 2 different results. I'm trying to determine why there's a difference. No, I walked into them straight out of the middle of the road. Walked into them directly, full in the open. I've tried both. I have tried so many different ways to walk into these people, and sometimes they still think I'm hostile and try to kill me. Well, these didn't happen when I was streaming, so I don't have a clip. I'm just telling you, I have tried... Because I've even circled around the same trader to interact with them from every possible angle, and it has still happened every time. I screwed this one up because I was too busy gesturing with the mouse, but it's fine. That's why I don't understand. If I do the same thing 6 times and get only 2 different results, that's still weird either way. There we go. That's what I want. Blacksmith Apprentice. So that I unlock the other recipes. This way we can start actually making real weapons. Or I can make better armor. Better armor is an idea, but I'm more interested in weapons right now. So then I can start converting people if I want to. So that's a point, actually, because I would need to get a different recipe if I wanted to keep them using what they're using. Yeah, because it still uses maim. And it still uses cleave. The other option is I just get the dagger and the spear for the other ones. Is this I guaranteed will use 2 of? This one I'd use 1 of. That's entirely fair, and I have witnessed that and been guilty of that before. But genuinely, both on and off stream, I have tested these caravans as many ways as I can think of, and still have had some of them fight me for no explainable reason. And that's why I ask these questions. Bear in mind, I'm also one of those people that has things break for him on a regular basis, and no one can explain it, so that may just be one of those situations. It could just be my interaction with the universe. Yeah, that's what I filed it under. But since you seem to know the game, I'm like, yeah, maybe they'll know an answer to this situation. See, I use up all the wood to make a spear at the moment. The spear would be more useful to me, though, because we can find other daggers reasonably easily. Perfect. Okay, then, yeah. I would hazard it would be a bug, then, though I'd be surprised if in 100 or so hours of the game you never encountered that bug. Wouldn't be the first time a situation like that's happened, but it's always a little weird. Perfect rags. There we go. This way we can outfit everybody with better rags. Everybody will be in decent armor. Well, decent relative. Already wearing a jacket, though. Yeah, we'll prioritize giving that rag to you. We are 1 rag short to make sure everybody's got it. I'm listening.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Hey, let me grab some coal so I make sure to have that for the better campfire. I don't think anybody around here sells wood.
Come, take a look at my wares.
No. I could get more leather, but we don't have enough cloth for the next piece of gear anyway. I will grab the salt for the future. Turn in our job.
Here is your reward.
LSR gang. That's what I was thinking, yeah, is it may just be sometimes they have stuff, sometimes they don't. I've just been apparently very unlucky because a lot of them have not had inventories. It's like, I've genuinely had more of them want to fight me than not.
I was part of another group of mercenaries.
But I've also been seeing a lot of them show up with the exact same inventories too, so I wonder if I've just got like a screwed up set of files in here and I should just like verify all the files after we're done for the day and see if things show up broken. Like, I'll depart town and we'll see if we can find a caravan, and then I'm gonna just walk into them straight off the road. Like, see, they're in the middle of a fight over there. That's a whole other situation. Though we can go get involved in that and have some fun. We'll go ahead and attack the bandits. Now watch, I'm gonna attack these bandits, and then the caravan's gonna want me dead still anyway. I'm putting... I'm putting my words down for that right now. Yeah, you two need to stay alive. So you both go over there, away from the bad people. So I gotta love how we came in here and they were in the middle of fighting with these people, and now all of their fighters have vanished. They're just the merchants themselves, they're not the fighters. Because for some reason, apparently the only allies I got in this exchange were the two people who needed saving, and none of the soldiers guarding the caravan are here. This game, man. This game just loves to make fun of me. Yeah, thankfully there's only the one poacher, so I can just get in on that poacher and it'll be okay. I'll be very surprised if they manage to even get out past these rocks to get to these two. Especially with the mud here. So on that note, can you reach the poacher? You can. Okay, so that takes care of that straight away. I'm not going to rush them in this turn, though. I want to let Humik make his move first. Owen, you get over here so you can actually get in there quicker and easier. You go there. Ingus can come in from that side. That's fine. Can you... You can't quite reach Humik. You wouldn't be able to reach the poacher either. The only problem with rushing in to get to the poacher is we are going to have Humlin be in... Berserker seems interesting. I had somebody with axe and shield running around doing quite a lot. It just didn't seem very interesting was the only problem with axe and shield, which is why I'm just letting them run around with what they started with for the time being to see how it plays differently. So far I'm not blown away by the large weapons. I've actually been enjoying the play with the spears a lot more than I thought I would. Mostly just because it allows me to move people around and do shenanigans around that. I'm just not sure what move to make first here is the only question I've got. Because obviously Humlin's going to go in on the poacher, because Humlin can reach. The fact that he's getting his move first is what's got me a little unhappy. It's also another one that's got Devious Whirlwind, so I kind of need to not group up around him. It's one of the few times I wish I had an archer to start the fight with, so I could then let them move in on me. Run so we get through the mud a bit quicker. I don't know, the axe is doing good damage. It's just a matter of whether it'll hold up, which I have my doubts on, and based on your statement there, my estimation is probably correct. Okay, you went straight in on Mace Man, which is basically where I wanted you to be, so that's perfect. Because now you'll be stuck there for a while. And I can get rolling in behind you. Problem is, I did screw up my timing, but the poacher didn't actually shoot where they needed to anyway. So it's fine. So what we'll actually do then is we'll bring the lumberjack on down here. He'll only hit those two, though. If I move you here so you're in contact with them and swing here, will you engage them? You will not. Okay. Well, yeah, that's always going to be the way. Just the problem with that is you then can't tell if they will until they get there. You can see potential early in some cases, but in others they just start out a little and then they get there. But you never know exactly when that's going to get there unless you sit there and read it all out. Oh, of course, the mud means you can't reach. Well, I may as well get you moved anyway. Though this was a bit of a mistake. I should have had Humlin move. I'm making a mess of this one because I'm just not thinking. So Ingus is going to have a bit of a bad time. I'm inclined to agree on that one. The ranged attacks just don't seem that great. They're good for trickery, which is what you'd expect them to be good for. I'm gonna move you that extra step over. You'll still hit both of them. And then engage that one. Or not? I guess if you hit multiple targets, it just doesn't engage at all. Probably because the game doesn't know which one to engage with. Okay. I do wish that the game gave you any kind of tooltip information for that concept. It makes sense, but just like a little bit of indication always helps. It's like it's one of those hindsight obvious things, but without seeing it play out, you can't guarantee it. Yes, but that's exactly what I did in this instance. I pointed straight at this hoodlum and hit this one by proxy with cleave, but it did not engage that hoodlum. But we ended up with an engage off of a single target. Did I miss them by a pixel? Because I definitely intended to point at them. Maybe I missed slightly, but I guess that's a case between intent and what actually happened because of, like, narrow margins with the area attacks then? Okay. Just bear in mind, I'm not sitting here and measuring down to the pixel, so I could easily miss something. But I thought I had the cone centered on them. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna have to have you engage him then, because I don't want him stabbing Ingus in the back again. because of my other mistakes, because I'm being lazy right now, I have to dig Ingus out of a bad spot. Well, the problem is it then meant I had to do an extra move to fix the problem here, because I was going to have them hit the hoodlum and hopefully finish that job off instead. And it makes it harder to learn how things work when you make a slight mistake and not realize it, because you're not getting full feedback on what you're doing. If I have you kill that hoodlum, the poacher's still free to do as they will. If I have Humlin act instead first, you might kill the hoodlum. I mean, the poacher, rather. This was actually kind of a bad fight to get in early on, while I'm still being kind of lazy. I don't really like either of these realities at the moment. But I think I'll start by having Ingus kill this one. Didn't quite get us enough to get galvanization. That's unfortunate. What I can do now... No. That's a bad idea, actually. Because he's gonna spin again. What I was gonna do is move Ingus over here to help get surround on Hummock. But the spin, and he's already in bad enough shape. I don't want to make that situation worse. And we don't have any Valor points because we still don't have any Valor point generation at all to speak of. Yeah, that's just gonna have to do then. He's just in a really shitty position. Feels wasteful to only hit him, but I want to... So now, in theory, since he is highlighted, it should engage him if he doesn't die. And it did work. Okay. Again, just that tiniest bit of fiddle. It's not really a problem, just that little tiny bit. Specifically, once you're used to it, it literally won't matter, but that initial play experience gets impacted by it being just slightly funky. And if he had walked into that bear trap of his own volition, I was just gonna leave. Just saying that right now. If he was that stupid, I would have just been like, nope, we're done. We're leaving. Goodbye. This is worthless. It would have been hilarious. But it would have also meant that this entire exchange was a waste of my time. Since he was the named merchant, too, so the fight would have been lost by him just walking into a bear trap like a jackass. There's the galvanization. Thankfully, we do have medicine to spare, so Ingus will be fine. Okay, you're the one going next. So I, again, don't want to run you over there. I guess just go stand over here, then. I'm not a fan of how this situation's playing out, because I just could not get enough bodies on him like I wanted to get him killed quicker. But it'll be okay. Just go ahead and finish that hoodlum so you don't take needless damage. Like, I started getting lazy because too many of these fights were going really well. So I'm like, I don't need to think anymore for the moment. And then the game actually started putting forth effort again. So everything started going sideways. So I made just a couple of sloppy decisions. But that's what resources are for, is so we can fix my mistakes. And we got a ringleader's tabard, so I'm pretty happy about that. Pretty happy about that, yeah. That was worth it. Now I'm gonna walk onto the road in front of them. They can see me completely. We were fully in view of them. As much as I could be as far as not being able to outspeed them. Maybe it's because I technically interacted with them from behind? Is that the problem? Do I have to actually be in front of them? Like, they even know who we are. We just saved their lives. And they're still like, fight. What the hell? This is what blows my mind. Well, obviously I was going to cancel it. I'm just busy gesturing angrily and explaining why this doesn't make a damn bit of sense. And if I, I would have to hit the pause button to then have them not walk away from me if you're trying to then explain something afterwards. Yeah, I want Valorous Duel for you because you are my engager. You walk in and engage somebody. Get you some movement for that purpose. And don't get me wrong, there was a stupid part of my brain that's like, I'm gonna fight them because I'm angry, and then I'm just gonna load the save. But that wouldn't be worth it anyway. I want Valorous Audacity for you because you're frequently not near an ally, but you are going to be next to an enemy that you're not engaged with. So that's what I want for you. Raise your critical hit a bit more. But yeah, this is exactly what I mean, though. It just kind of blows my mind how those caravans just really seem to hate me. And I'd get it if I had suspicion on me or something, but I don't have that either. They just really seem to like to start fights with me when I walk up to them, no matter how I approach them. It's kind of ridiculous.
Come, take a look at my wares.
You touch it, you buy it.
Why are these grapes? Oh, because they're cheaper right now. Okay. Fair. Don't get me wrong, I hate me too. I cause me all kinds of problems. It does have a critical hit bonus, so technically I'd want to give it to Rollin, but right now we need more armor on the people that are actually actively up in the front. And Ingus almost died, so you know what? Here, Ingus. Have better armor so you stop nearly dying. And when I make stupid decisions with you. That's my peace offering for nearly getting him killed. I clicked the wrong button on you.
Come, take a look.
I think we didn't get enough anything to make a difference here. No, because we still have no wood. And we also don't have much leather. Because we didn't actually get very far away from town this time. We walked out, watched merchant get attacked, and we're like, ah, well, we'll screw that whole thing up. Yeah, let's get him. Do I have enough to make medicine at the moment? I do not. I could make some energizing oil. This is tempting. Yeah, I don't actually have any snow irises because I still haven't found any. It's fine. Let's just... Oh, right. That's why I walked into town. Because we have lots of money right now. Not town hall. I have the screen reversed from where I usually am. We'll go and rest here. Hey, the boys. There we go. Since we're literally right here, there's no point in using up our food when we can just rest here and not spend food. So that's the other thing I should do, is I probably should buy a bit of food. Which is what I went here in the first place for, but Brain started losing its mind because of the other thing. It's only reduced by 1 gold. I could buy some wheat to go with the salt I have to make bread. Which I should do either way, whether I'm going to be buying other food or not. Run that out to a nice even 10. And just buy you out of your grapes, because they are cheaper. I may as well. It's not much of a sale, but a sale's a sale. And watch, I'm gonna go right down here into the middle of the road. I'm gonna slowly walk into them directly from the front. At this point, it's just becoming comedy to me to try to understand the shenanigans that are at play here. I don't know how to be any less stealthy, less subtle than that. Standing in the middle of the road and walking right at them. I have never attacked merchants. I have never chosen to attack merchants. I click them once, walk up to them, hope they talk to me, and then they don't. And then I walk away. That is the exact exchange that occurs. Yep, just one left click. One singular left click. Because that's also the exact same move that works. And right-clicking doesn't do anything. It wasn't. Or at least, maybe that time it was, but all of the other times it's been blue. See? Look at that one. The circle is currently blue. Also, how would there be enemy faction merchants here when I haven't had any interaction with any of the factions really yet? And how am I meant to tell what faction they are when the circle still shows blue? Is that the circle, when I click on them down there, is blue? Maybe that particular one I clicked on before was red? Or maybe I'm going insane? But that is definitely a blue circle on the floor there. Let's try this one. That one's got a blue circle too. Exact same situation, different result. I don't understand. Like, I'm not even trying to be a pain or make a bit of this. I just don't get it. There must be something I'm missing, or something is very wrong. Like, let's zoom in. Oh no, I can't zoom in any further than that. Yeah, let them get a little further apart. Just look at the two sprites of these two parties. The one heading past us to the left was willing to trade with us. The one heading past us to the right was not. They have identical sprites. So I can't even say that they're different groups. I'm not opposed to this idea, but the problem with that is I don't know if I can feasibly fight these groups right now. Is looking at what appears in those trade screens, they're pretty strong, and we really aren't yet. I don't know if that's a good idea. Not to mention, that's going to end up causing me to constantly have suspicion on me, which is going to be a whole other headache. In terms of fixing the bug, that may very well work, but I don't think it's currently viable. Especially not with the mess I made of that last fight. I'm currently not having much faith in this team or my own brain right now. Once we get a bit better prepared, I am on adaptive difficulty currently. But it does seem like some things are still starting out higher than you, even in adaptive. Just judging from how this party here looks.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Like, most of them have actual metal armor. That's definitely better weapons than I have. Assuming these are what I end up fighting if I click attack. I would hazard to say that most of these are better equipped than I am. And it's an even number of soldiers, so I can't exactly say, oh yeah, I'll at least have the number advantage. Well, I guess I would have a number advantage of 1, because she probably won't fight herself, since she's just the merchant. And that one might not too, because they're holding a bag, so maybe it is only the... I don't know, maybe there is only 2 actual fighters there. But usually those listed with, like, 4 soldiers whenever we had the ones that would fight us, so... I would have to assume we'd fight 4 people, at least. This screen might also just be a lie. And since this is one that's working properly, I'm obviously not going to kill them anyway. But let's just catch up to this one and use it as an example of what kind of soldier types they have. And then we'll think it through from there. Because I'm not just going to fly into a fight blindly. That's just asking for trouble. Yeah, 2 hired killers, 2 ravagers, and 2 merchants. The merchants, I presume, aren't going to be a threat. Much like the merchant allies I had. So it's 4 actual enemies. But I have no idea what kind of quality hired killers or ravagers are. I've not fought them. Judging from the icons there, where they still have those metal shoulders, I would hazard to say they're still reasonably strong. And then there's the named character up here, who I presume I have to kill in order to have this work. Much like the flip side for that. So I just don't think it's favorable. And the adaptive difficulty seems to primarily scale with your actual level and your number of soldiers, not the gear you have. So since we are of a decent level and a decent number of soldiers, but kind of garbage gear, I feel like the scaling may not quite be on par yet. Mind you, that's all just initial impression and guesswork on my part. I could be easily wrong about that. But for the sake of not having to just reload a situation so soon on stream, I'm just not going to mess with that. I know those guys are in there. Yep, here they come. Yeah, 2 hoodlums, 2 poachers, that is much more confident. Let me get my groove back a bit more, and then I'll dance with one of those caravans and see how it goes. Now that's where Roland ended up. Okay. You're kind of fine being there, though. Nah, that layout kind of sucks, actually. Go over here. Yeah, you can walk in, grab the hatchet, throw it, carry on. That's fine. What do I want to do about this guy? Probably just walk up, smack him with the axe, and move on with my life. Poachers are going to be annoying, both to reach and to actually interfere with. Yeah, I think that's going to be my order of operations then. You go in first. Screw up his whole day. You wouldn't kill him with Rampage, would you? No. Just go ahead and hold that thought for the moment. You've got the armor to take a hit from him. Since he's going next, we'll go ahead and have you walk up. Do exactly what I was saying I was going to do. Throw that at him. Don't expose your back to the other guy. Since you generated that one, you'll go ahead and spend the one you just generated. And that guy's basically dealt with. Since the only one not engaged left of them is another poacher, we'll go ahead and have you just walk in on this poacher. It's a little funky having to point at their feet to get the highlight to work with area attacks. Just feels a little weird. That's the only one you can reach, so you go ahead and just go in on that. Also gets us more valor. Oh no, you punched me. You can actually get up there to that archer and hit him, but you're not going to be able to get him into a position where you can engage them, even if I have you run. So you may as well just do the damage. Nobody's in a position where that's going to do too big a damage situation there anyway. And it got a shield connoisseur, so you know what? Thank you for that, actually. And that poacher's the one going first, huh? Interesting. Oh, you're also the one going first into the grave. You don't really need the support against that, but you know what? Go stand there anyway. That one's the one going next, so we'll just go ahead and clobber them. Clobber them again. Really, all they did was give me a free valor point by knocking him out of engagement. So really, that just worked out in my favor anyway. And this is just over now. Still not letting you leave, though. Yeah. Now, you wanted this. You ran at me. Oh, right, because you're engaged, you can't actually not hit him, though. That's the only problem with this current situation. This is the problem with big weapons, is they become awkward in situations like this. Because I really would, well, it won't break his armor, so I guess it's okay. Just, you know, not ideal to be hitting friendlies. Yeah, I know, their relationship deteriorated. Boo-hoo. Laceration's gonna end up hitting him again, so we're just not doing that. You can get into a position where I think you can reach to Rampage. Nope, not quite. Well, this is annoying. I'm really gonna have to change the way I play a bit more to work around these big weapons if I want to keep them. I try to actively engage with as many of the enemies as I can to keep the situation under control, but engaging with the characters that have big weapons is proving to be a bad idea. You go ahead and take Valorous Chain if, well, again, I need to decide, am I keeping the big sword with you or not? Is so far seeming like the big axe is valuable, but the big sword is not really pulling its weight. But again, it's also the shittiest sword we could have, so I don't know if that's the problem. And again, part of it's probably me not using it properly as well, because of the situations I currently have in play not really being favorable to its usage. Like, Maim at least has the chance to also apply bleeding, and it does basically the same damage as Cleave. So I really don't feel like I need both of them. And in cases... God damn it. And in cases where I need area damage badly, there's also Laceration available on them already anyway. So I feel like having 2 area moves is probably a bad call for them. So I'll probably get them a shield here in a moment, and get them a sword as well. Which means I don't want them to have Valorous Chain. Defensive stance wouldn't be a bad thing to have, but if I do give them a shield, they'll more than likely get deflection anyway. So I guess it'll be another Valorous duel. Does anybody need that? I mean, it's the same armor and it gives you 2 more movements, so here, take it. Oh wait, it's light armor, which you can't wear yet, because you technically don't have the specialization for it yet. Ah, video games. And nobody else really needs that, I don't think. Because yours is 11. A little bit of movement wouldn't be bad for you, but you don't need it. You've already got boosted movement and better armor. Yours is 12. Yours is 12 as well. A little bit of boosted movement for either of them wouldn't be a bad thing per se, but I don't think it's worth dropping an armor point for. 2 armor points, really. As long as I pull my head out of my ass, we'll actually be positioning better anyway. Let's go grab the wood that's over there, then we'll turn around and see about getting a sword and shield made. It's also gonna mean I'm gonna need to do that, but that's okay. We also want the better mace anyway. Oh good, we might have another bunch who wants to start a fight. See if we can get an ambush on them. So their cone is huge. There we go. 3 hoodlums, 2 poachers. Kind of funny. When I was doing my test game, I was getting knives out of like every single one of these fights, and now I'm getting armor now that I don't need it. I went so long with just the basic starting rags because I didn't bother to make the rag armor till I had done a handful of fights. But I just kept getting those knives all the time, so it's like, fine, I guess I'll make my own armor. Or after a while. Okay. So the poacher's the one going first. But with where they're spaced out, I can't exactly, like, walk in and guarantee to hit more than one of them without not engaging them, which then means they're gonna shoot. Which I don't really want. And that's probably walkable space, so if I switch vein click over here, all we do is push them over there and it wouldn't matter. I could put Owen here, walk him in and bash the poacher. And the only other thing moving is going to be another poacher. So it would also be fine just to have Humlin do that. Yeah. Again, it's just not great use of their skills, but their skills also involve manipulating the battlefield to put them in a position where their skills will be useful anyway. Problem is, there's just nothing I can really do about that poacher because they're just too far away from everything. I think there might have been a space I could have put somebody down here and I didn't notice it, but it's too late at this point to fix that. So instead of worrying about that poacher, because there's really not a lot we can do about them, we'll worry about dealing with this hoodlum first. Which basically just means walking Owen over there and saying they don't get to play the game anymore. Because that hoodlum's basically dead. What? Okay, that's honestly fine. Huh. That is not the move I expected, and honestly, even Roland can stand here and go toe-to-toe with a poacher, so here. You've just thrown your ability to fight away, poacher, thank you. It does... yeah, that hoodlum's the one going next, so that's fine. I'll be honest, I'm slightly confused by the decision they made there. I'm not opposed to them having made the stupid decision, but I'm kind of confused by it. Ooh, good crit. Can you kill with this, then? You can. And this is why I'm like, Big Axe is doing fine. Big Axe is doing fine, because those... the maim hits are already doing good, and then, you know... Rampage is a monstrous move. What I theoretically should be doing, actually, is rampaging first to see if I get the Fury, and then swinging Maim. To then throw the Fury boosted attack across multiple, potentially. There we go. Now you've got multiple targets, but, the fight's also basically over. Is now you get jabbed in the back. And now there's just two poachers and a soon-to-be corpse. We'll make you move first so that you can hit both of them, killing this poacher, and allowing you to get out of the way of everybody else dogpiling in to kill the other guy. Ooh, or you could use Laceration, but that's 2 Valor points for a hoodlum who is literally not going to get to do anything. Nah. Go ahead and just stand over here and be spooky. If you walk over here and crack this one's skull open. Punk. Now we get the surround on them. Nah, don't waste the Valor points. This poor bastard just has no hope. Stab. Stab. A 19 crit on a, like, 2 hit point guy. 2 out... Look, this is exactly what I mean. I'm just getting buried in armor instead of knives now. Actually wouldn't mind the knives, though, because I kept getting slightly better knives over and over again, making my rangers really strong. You all give Valorous Chain, too, because you're going to be keeping that axe. I am pleased with how this axe is working out. Of course, your strength's also significantly higher, I think. Oh, no, not actually that much higher. You only just now passed them in strength. I think they've just been getting better situations. Now I've got another decision to make. I really enjoyed Pikeman, but I'm also kind of curious about Harpooner. The problem is, it would end up in the exact same situation we've been having, where they don't get angles to use it. Especially with the fights we've been having so far. There's also the argument to be made for Rallying Cry. It would give me somebody who can do something right at the start of a fight. Since I've been grouping up a lot as well. I can just give everybody Fury right at the start and then just charge in and destroy. But I really like Spear Wall. Spear Wall's been so good. Because it allows me to control the situation. Now I'm gonna keep Pikeman. Give them some more movement so that he can properly take advantage of that idea. So much armor. We're gonna have to camp out as well, so we may as well just stay here. Just camp out with the corpses. You may as well become a woodcutter. I know I waffled about it before, but we have an opportunity to get... Oh, we didn't actually get a woodcutter prompt yet. And for some reason, having this here doesn't give us woodcutter. Oh well. Just means we're not getting the resin, and I'm over it already. There's the upgraded campfire. How are you doing on getting your next level of your profession? Far. Okay. If it was closer, I would just make a handful of lockpicks to push them further along, but I'm going to save the iron for getting better weapons for people. We should be able to cook up some bread. Yes, we can. That wasn't enough to get you a cooking level, though, huh? Just short. If I literally just bought the other thing. Ah, well. It's fine. We will have other opportunities for you to gain that cooking level. Nobody wants to talk to me, which is great. Now we have 7 days of food, so we don't need to worry about buying food anymore for a while. Yeah, we could also turn wood to coal, but why on earth would I do that right now? Our food consumption's actually way down. Just have some bread and grapes and be happy. And as long as we keep having him sit there and make raw materials, we'll actually not need to worry about our armor too badly. Oh, now you want to talk to me, Vane. Like, what do you want? I've made great strides. I feel stronger, more capable, more confident in battle. I wonder if the others feel the same way. Imagine your parents' pride. Get an extra aptitude point. Yeah, actually, get you that aptitude point. Oh, actually, you have a lot of strength. When did you get so strong? I mean, keep doing that, but like, the hell? I looked away for a moment, and I feel like they just suddenly got super strong. But that explains why they've been more effective in terms of damage than the spearmen I had before. Since the spear is a damage-based strength-based weapon. just the swollest of spearmen. Okay, so we've got an upgraded campfire. I do really want to get the upgraded workshop going, but we didn't pick that information up yet, and I don't have any points, so we are leaving. You there, will you sell me things? Hey. Hi. Halving. Goddamn cursed pathing logic. Hey.
Might I interest you in my
Oh, it's
humble
you
wares,
again.
my good sirs?
Your wares have not improved from before, so not really, but here, take all of this armor I've been picking up. Give me money. I could save it to dismantle, but honestly, I doubt it's gonna be that worthwhile to me at the moment. You might be onto something with the individual caravans being bugged, though, because this is the same one we saved before Guevos, and he still wants to fight. So it may be that the individual caravans themselves are bugged then, so I will have to start doing some murdering once I'm a little more comfortable with my equipment. Which we should have enough to make something, hopefully. We might be a little short on wood still, and that's going to be a problem. We'll find out. Yep. Well, no, the leather's the issue, actually. We can make a couple things without more wood. Yep, so the Falchion is the one-handed sword. Can't get a Targe and the Falchion, though, which is slightly unfortunate, but we can work around that problem. Okay, so let's go buy the leather.
Come. Take a look at my wares.
We got lots of money, so I'm just gonna buy out the leather, because we're gonna use it for other things anyway.
You can use my anvil.
Nah, there's
I can
nothing
also
I need from you. Perfect. Get the progress thing off the screen so I can see the number, please. Thank you. 6 strength. Yeah, okay. I wanted to make sure there wasn't anything else above that. So it ended up with 2 more strength than it had before. And now I don't need to worry about you ending up clobbering your friends anymore. I just need to get you a shield. Sooner rather than later, ideally. It's a real pity that I sold the plank of wood, because it'd be better than no shield at all, but it's fine. We'll see how that works out for them. Because at the very least, they did go up 2 strength. 4 strength. I saw the 2 and brain went, 2. No. That's not correct. But 2. No. 2. I just need to get a lot of iron and a lot of wood to make the workshop upgrade. And there's another campfire upgrade? Okay. I hadn't played long enough to get more than just the first upgrades of a couple of those. But I think I'm gonna be better off making myself access to the higher armor. Because we really kind of need some actual armor. Though the helmets might be a better idea. Both because they're a little more cheap to make, and it'll just be a straight gain of armor value for anyone and everyone. These will be an upgrade, but only a bit of an upgrade. Whereas these are from 0 up. And they also provide an extra skill. So we'll go ahead and grab the helmets. I think I have enough to make an iron bar boot for somebody right now. Yeah, it's indicating that right there, in fact. I know people are probably sick of me going in and out of these menus, but that's just how this works. Ah, that one delayed so long. The really slow glow ones are the ones that catch me every time. Is I'm like, it's gonna glow now. I'm gonna swing slightly ahead. Ding, fail. Sad. Okay, so medium armor people. You are heavy armor, aren't you? I mean, you can still wear it either way. But you've already got the highest defense value on the team. I don't need you to have it. If I'm going to be turning you into another primary engager, I'm going to give you the helmet. There we go. Now they're up to 20 armor as well. I'm going to keep the sword for the moment, just in case there ends up being a scenario where I do want to change that before I get them a shield. I doubt such a scenario will come to pass, but it never hurts to keep it in your pocket. Grab an extra medicine just in case. So I've just got that, like, twitch in the back of my mind, like, I'm gonna need that. And I'm not using all this crap for anything, so sure. Make an energizing oil. I may never use it, but at least I made it. That way they get some of their alchemy experience. Worst case, I'll sell it. What do you got?
Stand back,
Ooh.
peasants. These valuable commodities are only for those who can afford them.
Well, good news, I can afford them, so you better shut up and get your purse ready. I don't particularly want that, because the armor on it's not that good. The crook-studded mace, though, for pernicious engagement. The extra damage taken could be nice. Owen's the only one who could use it, but it is a pretty sizable upgrade from the old club. It doesn't have the bonus damage against armor, but the ability on it will literally just give them bonus damage across the board. For shits and giggles, I could try stealing it. But I'm gonna buy that like a reasonable person, and then I'm going to hit the steal button and think about this. Humlin will become a thief. You can steal items using right-click. Each theft will increase the guard's suspicion level. Stealing the armor is really high. Wow. Either we suck at stealing, or the suspicion rates in this is disgusting. Or is it stealing the entire stack, and that's why it's like, your suspicion's going to go to stupid? Because, like, the second we touch any of those, we'll be immediately at wanted level 1. And basically. Aside from if we get the low roll, but at the rate our luck's been so far, I feel like the low roll ain't happening. No, I don't want any of that badly enough to test that right now. I was tempted, but I'm pulling back on that for the second. Yeah, because they will be engaging at all times, so that's perfect for them. Do we have another job right now? We do. We could try to go clear the Edra mine. I've not actually done one of those inside fights yet. I presume we're going to be fighting inside the mine to clear the people out of it. So that could be interesting.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
I could buy some of the powder, so we can start making bombs. And that'll get our alchemy level up a bit quicker. What are the steel rates on this stuff? Nah. I also don't want to piss off the only caravans that are willing to speak to me right now. I'd be better off probably practicing it on, like, the random barrels and such that are around some of the NPCs instead of the caravans, which currently are very crapshoot whether they want to play ball. I could get armor now. I could get better two-handed weapons now. I mean, a further food consumption reduction would also be nice, but it's... The thing is, these are expensive. At least currently expensive. I'm gonna get the workshop anyway, because if I keep putting it off, I'm never gonna remember to get the 10 wood, 10 iron for it without it already being selected. And I feel like dismantling things is going to be helpful. So I can keep turning those around in order to keep the profession experience going up. Okay, so it's just 3 henchmen, 2 raiders. I don't remember what raiders are. I think those are the weapon and shield guys for the bandits. Because I think marauders were the ones with the big weapons. So this is at the very least most likely an all melee team here. I might have wanted to get a shield first, but, well, too late, we're here. Let's do this. Okay, it's a rock slide. I thought for a second it was somehow having lightning strike in here, and I was gonna really question the universe. That does mean, though, we definitely need to not be where that rock slide is, because I'd rather not have somebody just arbitrarily die to a rock slide. That would just be upsetting. So what I think my plan's gonna be is we're gonna just gang up on these 3, wipe them out, turn around and deal with the other 2. That henchman is going pretty early, but if I move these 3 away from him, by the time he gets another turn, these 3 will be dead. And this henchman's going first. So Humlin rushes them. We see how that plays out. Yeah, I think that's going to be our play here. At 12 to 15 with just the one-handed sword as well. Not bad at all, Humlin. Not bad at all. You attack back and do negligible damage. Everything is fine. Actually, I have a cunning scheme. Move you out of there. And people can probably guess what my cunning scheme is very easily. It's a little game I like to call Rocks Fall, Everybody Dies. Exactly. Because more than likely they'll run right into the circle. Yep. And if not, I can always just nudge them into the range of that, just to be on the safe side, because they don't get another turn before those rocks come down. So you go say hello to Mr. Boulder. And then we move you here. So one of 2 things will happen. He will either try to walk away from him and get stabbed, or walk towards him and get stabbed. It's a win-win either way. Yeah, I figured he was gonna walk towards him and get stabbed, and now he can't do anything. I love Shield Wall so much. It's such a stupid effective move. It's like, what, you wanted to do something? No. You are not allowed to do something. It doesn't matter what that something was going to be. Now Big Banana Slammer walks up and... Whap. No more bad guys. Rocks are gonna fall on him, and he might be stupid enough to come walk up next to his friend and get rocked too, so this might be great. Nope, he was just smart enough to realize that that's a bad plan. Interesting with the preemptive targeting there. They broke when their friend got crushed by boulders. Nah. Nah. Y'all are screwed. I ain't gonna give you a freebie. You kidding me? Y'all got no chance to survive. Why would I waste this opportunity for more free loot? Because I assume every corpse basically rolls on the loot table, but I might be wrong about that. Oh no, my armor has been inconvenienced. Die. Ooh. We did get a hammer. And a Deserter's Brigandine, which is actually not half bad. 9 guard, 9 armor. It's not the best, but the guard is nice. And we freed the mine. Oh, I need to make somebody a miner to get this, though. I actually never went in any of these mines because I just happened to never be over here. But with me constantly, like, hedging away from thievery, it might be better if I just make you a miner and come back to the idea of thievery later. Besides, this raises your constitution, which will be better for you anyway. And I want that iron. Okay, so it's the same as the woodcutting minigame. Okay, there it goes. It really had a weird moment on that one because I hit it right on the line. The game couldn't decide if I got it or not. 8 iron ore. Huh, what do you know? Mining gets you lots of iron. It's almost like that makes sense or something. Wild concept. This definitely solves all of our iron problems, but I still am going to need somebody to be a woodcutter if I want to fix my wood problems. And I guess I could have them just alternating between being a miner and a woodcutter. Those aren't professions you really badly need levels in. We just need to go find a camp where I can cut wood at. And I would assume that unless those mines regenerate, there's only a finite amount of places we're going to be able to mine anyway. I think I know where we are. Yeah, I know where we are. Yeah, this is a sheepfold. We almost have enough points to get the first level of Mysteries and Wisdom, which was the first one I triggered last time, too, which is not a surprise with how I play. Also, wow, we've been going for 2.5 hours already. I did not notice the time passing, really, at all. This is definitely the kind of game I can just get absorbed in what I'm doing and just kind of run around doing stuff. I, again, don't know how interesting it's been for people to watch, or how interested people actually are in this. But I can just wander around and poke and prod things all day. Training grounds. I don't think I've been to this place at all. I don't think I walked up this hill last time.
If one of your companions doesn't carry their weight, don't be afraid to teach them new skills. We can help you with that. For a price.
Ooh. So I can replace one of the starting skills here. Okay. So I guess I shouldn't have cared about which skill I started them with then. I should have actually just picked the ones I wanted at that rate. And I'm not going to keep the two-handed mace because I'm not going to throw away Shield Man.
If one of your companions doesn't carry their weight, don't...
Oh, okay. Only certain things can be upgraded. I got excited for a second.
Don't be afraid to teach them new skills.
We don't have a thief anymore, so I couldn't try stealing one of the skill books. That would have been something I would have been very willing to try stealing. No matter how badly it went. Stealing a 360 gold value would have very much been something I would have been interested in trying. I don't really want to go up in the cold place. The last time I went up in a cold place, bad things happened. We didn't die to those bad things, but it wasn't good. What do I want to give the Deserters Brigand 9 to? You can wear medium armor, and you are up on front line duty, so yeah, probably. There we go. You have slightly less armor, but you have more guard now. That's probably gonna balance out. And obviously I prioritize defensive gear for the front line, because they're the ones who are going to be getting attacked the most, barring screw-ups. I know y'all are getting tired, but go grab that before we camp. There we go. How much do I have now? 2. I used up the last of it again, right? To think, I was like, oh yeah, the iron ore is gonna be a problem. Now I have twice as much as what I need and no wood. God damn it. Because then we could dismantle the rags and the old weapons and junk. I don't think there's anything we can cook right now, no, because I still need to make more recipes exist for us. Do we care about making lockpicks or fishing hooks? Like, we don't have an angler, so fish hooks really don't matter at the moment. But they would get him tinker experience. Where is his tinkering at right now? Yeah, no, it's not worth making those, because I'd have to make a ton of them for it to matter. So I guess make one of each probably for the first time knowledge bonus at least, though. Because that gets us the knowledge point. I feel like there's going to be a lot of those that are going to be a problem. But go ahead and tell me, because there's no guarantee I'll remember by the time it's a problem. That I have noticed that I need a lot of it, is almost everything involving cooking needs salt. I just didn't bring it up, because we hadn't gotten into that level of cooking yet. Or is there something else you need salt for other than cooking? Okay. Yeah, I didn't really know for a fact that runes existed as a thing in this yet, but I had a suspicion because of the scholars' information that popped up that there was going to be something along those lines happening. Let's go ahead and get the armor set at this point. Yeah. All of those armor layers down there are also part of that. Of course, I also have to get to the point where that's going to matter, and we aren't there yet. Okay. I was wondering why it seemed like the game was trying to push me towards using oils for something. Because there were so many of them, but they didn't really seem that practical as a usable item. That explains why those exist a bit better. I just spent both my points, but I just got another one. Well, it gives you the energizing oil passive, yeah. You just have to apply it to things. I just keep forgetting that I made one. Is it's just a bottle sitting there in the corner? Like, they put the white outline around it, but other than that, it really doesn't stand out in the inventory at all. And I'm also switching weapons often enough that I don't feel like I would want to put it on any of my weapons yet. Because all the weapons we have are kind of garbage other than in his mace, basically. Even that's not that impressive. Well, I assume those are special weapons that I have not seen yet. And seeing one of those probably would have tipped me off to that whole system. So is that one of those hidden number situations then? Well, my point is, does it say on those weapons that they give the oil the higher chance? Or does it not say that? That's the question I'm trying to ask. Okay. Then yeah, I just haven't seen anything with that tooltip on it. That's what I was trying to understand. Oh, it's this group. I know who these people are. Deal with that later. Just because something's rare or not rare doesn't mean it's gonna show up for somebody. Considering the rate at which I ended up with 1,000 poison knives, knives like this one. And like nothing else in my test play. I have had very common items never show up for me before. Well, of course. I would certainly hope so, otherwise the higher end oils wouldn't really be that valuable. It's like, at 30% chance to proc, I'm not that excited about using that. Well, that too. And bear in mind, that's also kind of a personal decision one way or the other to make there anyway. Because some people will say, oh, if it's only a chance to happen, I don't care, no matter how good the effect is. My whole thing is, I don't want to have to end up immediately replacing it. But since this Iron Falchion's pretty good and the Mace is pretty good, I probably should put it on one of those two. Well, of course. And currently all of the weapons I have only have one attack native to the weapon. But I would assume any skill that character has is affected by this, or is it only the actual weapon's skill? Because that's another thing that this doesn't entirely tell you. So that's a question I'm actually going to ask. Does it affect every skill of the character that is using the weapon that has the oil, or does it only affect that specific weapon's skill, which in this case would be Slice? I'm not worried about that one. I'm speaking in the general case. I do not have the thing that has this 100% proc, so I'm not worried about that. See, specifically this energizing oil, for example, since it says every time a skill deals damage. Is that for every skill that the character that the weapon is held by, or is that only the skill that is attached to the weapon? Because that reads as it could be either way. And I want to know if you know the answer to that one. Because it just says a skill. So there's an implication in it. That is what I was assuming, but I wanted to know if you had a guaranteed yes or no to that. Because that would determine whether I was going to give it to Owen or Humlin. If it's every skill, I'll go ahead and give it to Owen because he uses Weakening Blow far more frequently. So he will basically have 2 rolls on the table, whereas Humlin would only ever be getting one of them. Like, it's not so big a decision I needed that information, but I may as well know, since there's an easy question to ask there. I don't want to deal with the border, because I have no reason to cross over right now. I should actually get rid of that timed command there, because I barely touched that 5er because it's never gotten any action. And I don't anticipate it to start now, so I really should just either change that or remove that. Now, I came back here for a reason. Do I even remember what that reason was? Probably to make something, since we have all this iron. Right, because you would have the Berserker's basic attack, Ravage, or whatever the name of it is, and then Wrath. That, I presume, would be the ideal way to get the maximum number of attacks. We do have enough for a bassinet, which I do want. So let's get that made before I get distracted and make other things that run me out of the material for this. Ah. Do you want to make the Tar's shield because we need a shield for the other one? There we go. Perfect shield. think somebody else can wear a bar boot? I mean, anybody that can wear heavy can wear medium. But not everybody who can wear the other one. Yeah. Right. That would be absurdity if that worked. So I do know you can make modified throwing weapons. Well, none of the shields I've seen have had an attack, but that also would make some degree of sense. Well, yeah, you're dancing on information that I have no access to, so don't tell me things that are that far out. That is information I do not want yet. I don't want to know everything that's in the future, because then there's no point in getting there. Potentially. But either way. It will affect the decisions I'm making currently. And I am more than happy to make mistakes. As you've seen me do many times. So I feel it's more interesting when the person playing who doesn't know ahead of time falls into the pitfall and learns from it. And I don't think not knowing some of those details will be major enough pitfalls to really cause me an issue anyway. Just means I have things to discover. Yeah, wood is still a problem. I know where to go cut wood. I should just go do it. Yeah, no, this doesn't seem like the kind of game where you could soft lock at all. Short of getting into a position where you are just so low on resources that you're just kind of screwed. And even then, that would have a fail state, I presume. So that wouldn't really be locked at that point. You would just be losing. Did I grab? I didn't. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's go get that wood so I stop being in this infinite hate loop of forgetting to grab the wood I need in order to make anything. Is this merchant gonna hate me too? They are. What do you know? True, but there are also multiple bomb types that I've seen already, so I would assume the intention would be that they mean for you to use the different bomb types rather than modifying the bombs. Same goes with the throwing weapons that have their other types as well. Didn't we just rest? I feel like we didn't go that far before you guys started whining that you need to rest again. I used a few explosive bombs just to see how they worked, but I wasn't really blown away by them, and I don't want to walk into that fight fatigued, so I'm just going to let that play out and take a nap over here. They did seem a little underwhelming, but I also only used the basic regular explosive bomb. That said, as an offhand weapon, you can't really expect it to be massive results straight away, especially not the cheaper ones. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is there's going to be situations where people probably will have a use for them. Because, like, I have had even the basic bomb come in clutch a couple times just to, like, finish off something I did bad math on. But that's been the only situation, is I did bad math and now I can correct it. Or you get, like, a bad roll slightly and now you can finish something off by having this free shot. The regular throwing weapons seem to be a bit more useful because they do a bit more damage. But having to constantly keep making more of them is its own cost. The world's bigger than I anticipated. It feels like I could spend my life traveling and still never visit the same place twice. Influence, happiness, influence. I think that'll vary depending on which ones you're making, but it probably is cheaper. And there is also that thing to make throwing weapons cheaper, so there is that too. But I don't know if there's one that makes bombs cheaper or not. I think I'll take the extra happiness. That one didn't seem like it mattered that much. How are we doing on our carrying capacity? Yeah, we're at half. We're fine. I do intend to use the throwing weapons. I just haven't been sitting on enough excess resources to bother with making them. Because I made a couple throwing knives when I started out, and they just didn't do enough for me to be excited about them at the time. So I'm just going to worry about that in the future. Because for things like your rangers and such, I feel like they may as well have something in their other hand, unless you're giving them a shield, which why would you be giving your rangers shields? Because I don't even think they can use them. So they may as well have something to throw or something to use. Because otherwise there's just wasted potential there. And of course it's going to be expensive. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. I'm gonna hang on to that for now. Well, that's the archers. Yeah, I'm talking about the rangers, the guys with knives. They don't use bows. So I would be throwing knives in this hand, for example. Because I don't know what else to use their other hand for. Yeah. Archers have their both hands occupied, so they may as well use the bow. Yeah. It's silly in any other case. Like, the rangers were the very specific situation where I'm like, I don't see any other usage for that hand. It's like, I believe, yeah, both hands are occupied with a two-handed weapon. Both hands would be occupied with a spear or a bow. And somebody who's using a weapon and a shield have both their hands full. So rangers would literally be the only ones using bombs or throwing ones. I mean, there's one thing I didn't try. There's the chance maybe they can use two knives. I did not test that. So maybe that's a thing? Or there's just an item that never came up. And that's what you're referring to. Like, I can't check right now because I don't have a second knife. Yeah, let's go ahead and get the two-handed weapons upgrade. And over here. I did rest already, okay. And I paid everybody, of course. So we're done here. Move on. Interesting how we rested the entire night and that fight is still going. Can I be bothered to deal with this? Probably gonna be just beat up these thieves and there's gonna be a couple merchants hiding in a corner again. You know what? Why not? We're here.
Help us. I beg you.
The thing is, this one ends up with a weird prompting situation, because I assume pressing attack here means I get to choose who I attack after this. There's also the implication on this screen that I'd be attacking him. Well, you know what? Let's find out. Yeah, that's what I figured. And all I get, in spite of all of these people being here, if I attack the bandits, I get 2 allies, which is the 2 merchants. I still don't understand this fuckery. This seems wrong. But I guess it would be too easy if there was actual help from the people you came in to help. But it's still just from a logical perspective seems just so wacky. Oh, you guys spawned in an awful position. What the fuck? No. Unacceptable, video game. No. You go over there, and you just have to pray. You need to be in a better position by far. You're gonna be put over here. And we'll find a better place for Owen here in a second. Angus, I want you to be closer. Roland can make up the distance on his own. Yeah, we'll do the same thing we did in the mines. We're gonna fold in on these three, take them out, and then by the time these two move in, the fight will be over. The thing is, he's gonna have that spin move again, so I don't really want to tackle him with multiple people. But I also then do need to tackle him with somebody that has decent armor. Where can you move? You move that far. So if you were over here, could you move far enough to reach him? You can. Okay. So that's sorted out there. And that's just a poacher. Thing is, I gotta be mindful of whoever I place here's back. That said, I'm still going to flip that, I think. This is... No. Well... No, that's fine. We'll start the party by having you walk in and keep him from getting into a position where he can hit more than one person. Because you can put up your deflection so his spin doesn't even hurt you. You might get poisoned, but that's okay. Roland's actually in a kind of bad spot. I should have put him somewhere over here so he could have gotten in on some of this action instead. But that too is okay. If you come over here and interfere with this guy... The reason why I was on the fence is I probably should have kept one of the two shields over here to keep this hoodlum occupied instead of spending one of them on a poacher. Because the poacher really doesn't matter. But the poacher's also not long for this world, so it doesn't especially matter. Oh, hey, the strength oil kicked in. So that's convenient. Yeah, because now what happens here is the poacher dies. We're just gonna disregard our Heckle and Jekyll over here. They can figure out their own lives. Actually, no. Rather than having you go in on the poacher, go over here. So I don't want him going up there and stabbing the merchant. Now that I think about it. It's just as well that I happened to catch when this guy's turn order was coming up. I should have paid a little closer attention to begin with that. I could have sorted that out better to begin with, but it's fine. That hoodlum's basically dead. The thing is, the way I fight doesn't lend itself especially to using spear wall as often as I would like, because I'm very much about just bottling up my enemies and then crushing a couple, moving on, bottle them up, crush them, keep going. Also, why did this idiot run towards the enemy? I wanted to finish my explanation before I focused on this moron making poor life choices. You just want a front row seat to the fight? I get it, but no, don't do that. Case in point, this... Apparently, I'm saving merchants who have a death wish. Game, please. I would like you to move the screen, please. Thank you. Okay, so the next one is that hoodlum. That hoodlum is quite literally dead. If he had any poison on him, he would just drop of his own volition. So I do still need to deal with him. I just don't need to deal with him in any serious capacity. Could I move you over there, wrath him, and then turn around? I don't think you'd have enough movement left. So instead, what I'll do is you stab him. And then move back a little bit. Turn around and point spear. This way, if I don't get around to remembering these two are here, this one will sort himself out by walking into spears. You would think they'd be smart enough to walk around that, but more often than not, they try to take the fastest route, so they're just gonna run straight into that. Next in line is you. Go ahead and take you for a ride on the Shank Express. It's an express trip to hell. So he's the next one of theirs that's moving. I don't really want to get you too close to him then, because he's going to spin. And move you over here so that the hoodlum doesn't target you. At least, not as likely. I mean, I guess... No, I probably should have moved him in next to him, actually, because I'm just going to weaken him anyway, so the spin's not going to be nearly as threatening. Not that it was going to be that threatening to begin with. And then we would have gotten the surround. It's fine. Hindsight is as ever 2020. Yep, walk right into the stabbing. Now he walks around and gives you the clobbering. This Marauder is going to walk over and be an issue, but that's okay. Ingus should have enough armor to handle that. Hey there, Rain. How you doing? Welcome to me being vaguely strategic most of the time. I'm doing alright. Weather's kind of taking me apart a little bit, but that's to be expected when the weather doesn't know what it wants to do. Oh, look, now you're running away from the enemies. It's almost like you should have just done that in the first place. Oh, merchants, why are you the worst? Let's see. That guy's going next. You can't guaranteed kill him. You can't reach to get behind him, but you also don't have anything that's based off of being behind somebody. There we go. He'll get his attack off and then he'll drop dead from the poison. That's good enough for me. If you circle around so that we can do something with that information in a moment. Come around to that side of him. So that he doesn't get pushed away. And now he's going to be surrounded as soon as this guy drops. Except... Oh, because I'm at a weird angle, I think that doesn't quite count. That's fine. Which means he turns around and engages him instead. Once he moves to make sure he doesn't have anything weird happen. Whack. There isn't a need to do that. I also should have done this in the other order. Killed him first and then did this. It's fine. Bonk. Basically, this just means different people get credit for these kills instead. Ta-da! Ooh, another ringleader's tabard. That's actually great to see. Did just burn out all of my resources, though, because I was going way over ham with that. So that's not ideal. Let's see. I really liked Frenzy, so I'm probably going to make him a cutthroat. Poison Vial I wasn't that into, and I didn't try Smoke Bomb. Free Attacks of Opportunity does sound nice. No, I like my Frenzy too much. Because his whole purpose in life is slipping around behind people and ruining their lives. So anything new with you, Rain? I thought I saw a tweet saying you had something going on. I should actually give you the Ringleader Tabard. You don't need the speed, but the critical hit chance will be nice for you. Because that boosts you up to 14. And that's why I made him a Tinkerer as well, is because they get critical hit chance from that. That also actually makes him a little bit more of a safe combatant as well. Do you guys want to sell me things? You do.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
I feel like I've talked to you before.
To think that we have to camp out here because of some pig-headed bandit. That Bertram will stop at nothing to terrorize the Orcles. But when it comes to facing the guard, that's a whole other matter. You see that cave to the north? He's holed up in there. It's been 3 days and still he won't surrender. Bertram knows he's done for, yet he continues defending his lair with such doggedness that we have no choice but to starve him to death. That's why I need mercenaries. He doesn't know you. He might even let you in if he thinks he can convince you to help him. And once you've gained his trust, you can finish him off for us. We'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Sure, I'll do that at some point. I just noticed a permissions thing pop up because mods can now feature or clips on people's channels as if they're given permission to it. I'm like, huh, well, that's a choice they've made. Okay. Yeah, there's a spot to cut wood here. That allows me to get woodcutter. We'll just quickly trade you from mining to woodcutting. That's fine. I need the resource more than I need the experience at the moment. There we go, 9 wood. That should be enough to get us the remaining things I wanted to make. I think. No, because we only got the 9, so I'm one short of making the better workbench if I wanted to make that, which that is a priority. We can only cut wood the one time. I don't know if that's one time at all or what.
Nothing is beneath him. Bertram stole 2 cows and a calf from my brother-in-law. In one night, his family lost everything.
Rude.
I will never help the refugees after what happened. They are all just like Bertram. Lawless scoundrels, the lot of them.
It seems like a massive generalization, but I'm sure you have your reasons. Oh. Oh, yeah. I didn't even realize that based on your starting thing, you actually had a couple special missions. I didn't even look in this tab to realize that was there. I've just been guarding merchants because opportunity struck. Huh. Funny how that works. And I could have been getting power and glory points by letting people run, but I'm a little too bloodthirsty for something like that to work. I should actually be going this way to make sure that there isn't other loot piles I could grab. We have no reason to be quite going back yet, and if I find one more wood pile, I can get that better workbench and start dismantling things that we no longer need. Oh boy. So that fog has something interesting in it for those that don't know, and we're not going to interact with that right now. No, thank you. I didn't figure those were gonna play ball. There's the wood pile I need. Gimme, 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 gimme. Okay, I should have everything I need now for that workbench. Yep, we have all of the criteria fulfilled now. Sadly, it doesn't increase the amount of raw materials they're making, which is going to become an issue, but it'll be what it'll be. And yeah, see the fact that there's glowing animals over there? That's what the fog does, as far as I've been able to tell. It makes those weird creatures show up, and I've never particularly enjoyed fighting them. I haven't lost a fight to them, but it's not exactly great. But what I wanted was to come up and see this gentleman.
Please, untie me. Lahart's goons could be here any minute. They want to take me back to Edoran. I'm no danger to anyone. They're after me because I deserted. You can't imagine what they do to artisans like me in Wartales. Count Lahart treats us worse than slaves.
You might be able to guess from the way he's dressed that he's a blacksmith, and we need one of those. I don't have a thief. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. God damn it. You. Little Miss Catch-all. Become a thief for a minute here. I need to go get one more person so I can fucking not have to keep doing this. First try.
Thank you. I'll work for anyone, except Count Lahart. I'm an excellent craftsman, you know. I can do wonders. Take me with you, and lead me to my future boss. I may not have the gold to pay you, but times like these, I imagine he'll pay handsomely for a man of my talent.
I do like my raw materials. And if you didn't already have a blacksmith, he does fulfill the blacksmith profession temporarily, I believe. But we need to boogie, because exactly what it says there, Lahart's men will not be happy with us if they see us towing him around. And I'd really rather not get into any kind of engagements with them, as I don't know how strong they are. I managed to evade them completely last time. And I would prefer to do so again. is the group I saw come after me as I got to town with him before looked pretty potent. Like those guys. Those seem less than ideal, and there's a lot more of them this time. I managed to literally walk all the way to town and not see another soul when I did it before. Looks like we might have to take the long way around if I want to repeat that magical endeavor. Which is fine, because there's wood over here that I would like to acquire more of anyway. There's the Tiltren jail. We are going to need to rest before we get back to town, which is fine. And we haven't used this path yet, clearly, considering there's so much stuff strewn about it. I'm going to grab that, and then we'll rest. Since we've got the leeway to do it. Come on. You can do it. You can get it. Come on. You can do it. Yeah. Now we can. Okay, let's get us a better workshop. Ta-da! Now dismantling is available. Oh, see all this junk? Get it out of my face. Now, keep the torch. I might actually need that. I think we like barely got anything out of that, but you know, gotta try. Actually, I think we got some of the cloth back, which is going to be more helpful than not. And considering we dismantled a bunch of junk, I'm not shocked that we didn't get much out of that. And I did just make you into a thief again, but I can just put you right back. Yeah. I know I'm flip-flopping them a lot, and it's not great for them, but it's fine. 4 dexterity. Quit staring at that tree. Go away. You stare at the tree, because you'll be able to do something by staring at the tree. And we still don't have any other recipes, because I haven't bothered to get any. Go ahead and sit at the campfire, because you'll generate happiness. We don't have anything stolen to sell. Weird. If anybody's wondering what I was muttering to myself about, I saw something kind of strange pop up on my other screen for a second, but it's gone now, so not gonna worry about it. Yes, I know, I should appoint somebody as a captain. You know what, Owen, you are the least likely to die out of all of them right now, and you have been doing the most work, for the most part. You're a captain now, enjoy. And now we get our first level of Mysteries and Wisdom, which opens up a whole pile of bonuses over here. Which also, I think... no, this doesn't have the one I was talking about before. But I can lower how much they need to eat. So, honestly, our eating has been fine so far. But I could always prevent that from being... No. Let's reduce their odds of getting an injury after battle first. Then we'll worry about getting them to eat less. Because it was around this point that we've reached now that I started actually having people take injuries. Because things just start getting just that dangerous at that point. Oh, great. Well, looks like we might not be able to avoid an encounter here. Unless they don't see us in the woods. I don't know how strong those guys are, like I said, and I'd really rather not stir the pot any further than we already are doing by bringing this guy away from them. Oh, I stepped out of the woods too soon. Well, guess we're gonna fight at least one group of them.
Are you this traitor's accomplices? Hand over the blacksmith, or we won't show any mercy.
Well, they don't seem super strong. They've got on par armor to what we've got, I would assume, based on the way it looks. They've got proper weapons, which is more than we've been dealing with so far. You know what? We gotta make things exciting at some point. They've got 2 legionnaires, a duelist, and a sapper. And of course, Lambun the commander. I knew these guys were gonna be pretty strong. This is why I didn't want to fight them. But sometimes you gotta actually fight. I'm just gonna hope that the other one didn't notice this. Yeah, they got more armor than I thought, though. They got a bit more armor than I thought. This might be bad. This might be really bad. I might have made a really grievous error. Sapper's going first. Okay. What we're gonna do is leave Owen here. Emlyn comes up here. Enlick comes up here. Basically force the sapper to move up in order to shoot. Is the idea with that. What can you guys do? You can make everybody bleed. Done like that, and you've got a 4 attack move. Okay, hate that. Hate that. And all of their guys do 5% health damage. Hate that. Yeah, I think we've made a horrible mistake. I think we've made a really horrible mistake. I might have just gotten extraordinarily lucky when I managed to sneak past these guys completely last time. Because, boy, everything about these guys sucks to deal with. I'm also really not sure what to do as an opening move here. Because no matter who moves, they're probably going to be the one that gets shot if they move forward. I would rather them shoot Owen, because Owen's got the highest armor. So he'll take the least damage out of that. So what I think I'm going to do is... Bainlick's going to be high enough up that more than likely they're not going to shoot for him. So we can get a good stab on the duelist. And if he tries to come back in, he'll just get stopped. He may still be able to reach because he's got a big weapon, but at the very least we can manipulate that situation a bit. This is going to be a slow fight because I'm going to have to take this very careful. You're bombarding, aren't you? Oh no, you're just doing shoot order. Which is just first person enters area. Well, we'll just hold that thought for the moment. We don't need to deal with that problem. This does put me in a slight spot of bother for my plan, though. Because the idea was he was going to move up and shoot, and then I was going to immediately retaliate on him. But since he didn't do what I thought he was going to do, he's now become a problem. Because I didn't check his skill set. Oh, that's all he does. He literally only has shoot order and nothing else. Ah, I should have checked what he could do. That would have completely changed my plan. Well, piss. Yeah, because you've got to hold the line, which can push people around. We already looked at what you can do. You have the same thing. And you can charge. I don't know if his charge gets interrupted by spear, so that might actually be a completely different problem too. I mean, this isn't an attack of opportunity that stops our turn, unlike the stab. So just go ahead and accept that shot. That's fine. is what I can do is I can move the 2 shields in, but we would then be taking on that whole mess, which isn't great. But no matter what I do, it's gonna not be great. But I think what I'll do, rather than push forward, is make them come to us. I'm gonna hold off on galvanizing so we get more valor, because we are going to be bringing more people together. Perfect. So we wasted his turn, which is exactly what I wanted. Now we have Ingus go in towards him? No, because if he goes in, Lambun will go for him. If Roland goes in up here, he would be targeted just the same. I'm gonna basically have to waste like a turn or so trying to get them in a more favorable spot for me, I think. Because right now, no matter who goes in there, since we're kind of split up in terms of the turn order, they'll just fold in on us and we will have a horrible time. As it stands, Vayne Inlick's now in a bad spot as well, because at the very least one Legionnaire is going to go up there and ruin his day, probably. I should have just moved the whole line towards him a bit more. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. He just chewed right through all that armor with that multi-hit. Like, he needs to die fast. Or we're gonna have a real serious issue on our hands. Yeah, that's as expected. But thankfully, that doesn't get him engaged, so that's actually kind of okay. There really just haven't been that many of them available in the early game for me, is the problem. That's why I really haven't been using them that much. Otherwise, I absolutely would be using and abusing them. Because multi-hits are good in most things. Okay, so the duelist is almost out at least. So that helps, and we generated 1 Valor. Problem is, we are going to have a problem. Like, that's not a question, that's a we are going to have a problem. Get the additional Valor point from crushing them. Lambun's the one going next. We need to focus on getting him gone. Start working him over some more. Yep, here comes all that bleeding. And I'm noticing that the bleed is bypassing armor, which is the other thing I was worried about. If you move in, not only that will that get him surrounded, but we can also make him vulnerable. Generate all that. Like, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to burn a lot to kill Lambun. That's just the nature of how strong he is. And this bleed is gonna rip my 2 tanks apart. I don't know if I can technically get behind him without going like here, and that would get him killed. So I don't think I can actually get Frenzy off properly because I put Ingus in the wrong spot. Thankfully, still getting good crit damage. No, that's definitely working. Okay. Okay. So that leaves Lambun with 1 health. Stiff Breeze will take care of that. So that went better than it could have gone much worse. Go ahead and move you here, because you have a decent amount of armor, so if they split their focus onto you a bit, that's okay. There was a debate in my mind of moving them between Humlin and all of this, but there would be no good positioning for that. Yeah, because now you're going to do that. But that's the first person to move, not necessarily the first person to take an action. So I could technically kill him with Humlin and then not move. Thing is, that's the one that's moving next. I just really don't like anything about our situation here. Because if I hit him in such a way that I engage him, that keeps him from jumping down in here and being an issue, but it also means Vanelet's stuck with him. I think the call is to stab push and then move to join everybody else. Because right now, Royland's actually tougher than Vanelik. But the problem is if somebody gets pushed, which is exactly what they're designed to do, he's going to shoot them. So this may still go very wrong. Yep. That's what I was afraid of. There goes all of Royland's armor. Which is okay, but not ideal. But it saves them from getting shot. And they were the one in the worst position. Because of the bleed. They still have their armor, but that bleed is steadily ticking their existence down. Owen's in a worse position, though. So I'm still gonna have you stand here to block his pathing. Because it'd be great if they went for Ignis, but let's be real, they're not going to. This is fine. We still have this situation under control so far. It's not, like, greatly under control, but it's under control. Yeah. There's always going to be people that play on horrific difficulties because they spend their entire existence playing one game and learning every single tiny detail about it to be able to handle that kind of thing. Okay, that keeps the Sapper from continuing to be a menace to society. Not exactly what I wanted out of this, but it'll be okay. That buys us a bit of time. I just hate the health state that all of my people are in at this point. 'Cause I'm having to do a real delicate dance to not have anybody hit the floor. Which we do have people with first aid, so we can fix that, but I'd rather them not hit the floor in the first place. But we are reaching a point where that's not going to be an option. Yeah, exactly. That just seems like it'll stop being fun at that point. Fights like this where it's super sketchy, but it's even numbers and relatively fair, I'm fine with, because I can scrape out of that, and it feels like a challenge. Them being way outclassing me, probably feels really good if you can succeed at it, but ugh. Okay. Now, you step in. Kabonk. Which gets us galvanization. Now you circle around them to help box them in more and work towards us getting surround on them. And we just need to ideally never have them have a turn again anytime quick. Well, yeah, there's always going to be things that really are just, like, in your wheelhouse and are perfectly fine. But that's also a very different story depending on who you are. That's not like a general purpose you can rely on this thought. We are in such a sketchy position. Okay. I know exactly what I need to do here, though. Engage you with him. Don't use the people that are bleeding for the moment. Can you, by chance, finish him? You can. Okay. Get him off the table. This way we only have the one guy to worry about, so we can bring everyone to bear on this if we need to. I don't dare take up the spot that I'm going to be putting Royalin in, though, with him. I'm going to move him this way. If it comes down to needing an additional turn, we can bring Ingus around and finish the job. So that's fine. Roland goes here. So we get surround on him. I was hoping for a crit, but it didn't happen. And now we have to do some sketchy moves. But we did get us a Valor point. I've played Underrail, and it's a fun game. I don't anticipate seeing that be fun. But again, everybody has different opinions of what fun is. So if you can do that and enjoy it, more power to you. That just seems like that would hit the point where it'd be such a trial getting through it. Oof. And all we got was a goddamn helmet. I feel like I got horribly gypped on the loot on that one, considering all the wild nonsense that lot was carrying around. All I get's a damn hat. What a ripoff. We also can't even fix our armor, so if another one finds us, we are in trouble. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I do remember that DLC being, well, hearing at least that it was a bit nasty, because I never actually played the DLC for it. Because it came about at a point where I just did not have the spare money for it anymore. So I shelved that in favor of trying other things. On the bright side, we only got into one of those fights on our way out of there. That could have gone a lot worse. Here, take this death away.
I asked you for a blacksmith, and you bring me a refugee on the run from an Eduranian count. Oh, very well then. But he'll have to work out back, and don't you go telling anyone he's here.
You pay me, and I didn't see anybody. But I don't want to hear you complaining about the blacksmith I bring you when you didn't want to leave your shop to find your own goddamn blacksmith.
Now, Take this and keep your mouths shut.
There we go. Go and repair everything that's broken. Everything's in good shape. Level up the pony so it can carry more. I could bring it into fights with me too, but I'm not interested in that. I don't need the pony for that purpose. Yeah, it being a bit harder than the main game was what I had heard. Until you really learn the game, the main game can be pretty tricky in places, depending on what difficulty you're playing. The reinforced buckler isn't that much better, but yeah, it'll unlock another recipe, so I really should make one. Though I could just go buy one more leather and get a better axe. We're already using a studded mace, so we're good on that. Got an iron falchion already. Ironically enough, I made the dagger recipe a while ago and then just never made the dagger. But I think a new shield is going to take priority over that at the moment. Perfect. And now he's experienced blacksmith. Excellent. Better helmets. Ah, that's what that stuff's for. Okay, I figured it was gonna come up soon. That I was gonna have to start making stuff out of the spooky monsters. Okay. So we'll need to go deal with those soonish. Yeah, I have not kept up with the updates in a while. But I would assume now that the DLC's been out for a little bit, they would have rebalanced things if there was anything out of whack. Because they've usually been reasonably good about that. I wouldn't say they've been amazingly good about it. Yeah, I did see the file come in. I just didn't look at what the whole thing does. So if the issue is Psychers blasting you very quickly, I doubt that'll have been fixed. So maybe, I mean, a minigun is rarely a bad thing unless somebody else is holding it. Yeah, his experienced blacksmith stuff really isn't going to help us right now because we don't have any ghost leather. I'm just not going to think about that point right now. You have the lesser of the two armors, and you're also not wearing a fancy shield, so go ahead and take the reinforced buckler. You need it more. You can wear medium armor, and you don't have a helmet yet. And bleeding for you would be fine. It's not the perfect choice, but you get the extra attack of opportunity damage, and you are the only one on the team that gets consistent attacks of opportunity. Have a fancy hat. Yeah, exactly. That's the logic I was figuring. Is that even if they like nerfed it a little bit, you would still be getting obliterated by it. So it would have to be gone, which would be an insane change. Yeah. I hadn't really, like, factored the numbers, but it was a pretty safe bet that there wasn't a reality in which it would be lowered enough for it to matter. take another easy pickings one because they pay well enough. I did want one more person, so I should probably grab one more. I still don't have an archer of any description. Either an archer or another ranger wouldn't be bad. What do we got available?
I'd rather become a mercenary than beg on the market.
Spearman. I mean, a second spearman wouldn't be out of the question, but not really what I want.
If you pay well, I'll come with you.
Yeah, I forget what the real benefit to psi armor is. I would assume it gives good reduction against attacks like that, but
Nothing scares me.
I would hazard, considering you said it didn't work, that it's not enough. They apparently really want me to have another brute, considering the people available here. A spearman and 2 brutes. I mean, a brute has been working out. Can't say it hasn't been. Oh, right. It wasn't protection, it was more energy. Right. Okay.
I'd rather become a mercenary than...
Right. I don't really think I want any of you that much.
Nothing scares me.
Like, another one with taunt would be nice to have. And you don't have a negative trait unlike the other one. But that's a whole other set of equipment I'm gonna have to make. No matter what I pick, it's gonna be a whole nother set of equipment I have to make. Don't get me wrong about that. But it's like, do I really want another brute? Yeah, the first time I loaded it up, I definitely sat down and played for longer than I have today. I think pretty much that whole 6 hours I was talking about was all in one sitting, but it was already past midnight when I stopped at 6 hours, so I wasn't about to stay into the lates. Especially since that day when I picked this up, I was already tired, so I wasn't gonna go nuts. I mean, having a Vanguard wouldn't be a bad thing, because that would solve some problems. Yeah. No, I think I'll wait and try to fish for... Well, I don't have to pay 80 for him. I could grab him and then grab another one of what I'm actually looking for. Yeah, fine. I've got the resources to get another one after we get him, so it's not a problem. Why is this so fucked up now? There we go. 'Cause I don't really want poisoned impact. I don't really think that that's that exciting. It is an area attack, which is nice, but I think either of these two is better, and we already have a destroyer. So we'll make him a Vanguard so he has some movement opportunities. It is just, like I said, yet more things I need to make now. Or require in other means, but other means have not been particularly viable. And yeah, I am out of leather, so I need to go buy leather.
Come, take a look at my wares.
I think we're still going to be short on some things for a couple of the other bits and bobs, but at the very least getting them armor and a shield. Yeah, we still can't make the better armor because nobody was selling cloth. Otherwise, I just jump them past rags, which actually, aren't they already wearing? No, they're wearing angler's rags. But with a shield and a helmet, that'll make more of a difference than making the regular rags. Appreciate it, Tiny. Hope work's going well. I'm just in number hell. Yeah, and unfortunately, we either make the shield or the mace. And you can only wear medium, so I need to give you an iron bar boot. Shenanigans. Well, 3 out of 4 still isn't bad. Yeah, I think the shield's gonna be more important. At the rate things have been going, we're more likely to find a weapon than a shield. There we go. And boy, oh boy, have we been needing armor to survive. Here's a better shield, and here's a better hat. There we go. They're already up to par on armor, just about. It's not the best, but it'll have to do for a newbie. At the minute. And I doubt I'll get the wood back from this shield. Not that I even had used wood for it, but you know what I mean. Okay. Yes, I know. The refugee leader wants to talk to me. They can fuck off for now. We'll deal with that later.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Since your humble wares do not involve cloth, not especially. I'll take some of that iron ore, because I don't know if I can get more or from the thing, but... Now, something I want to see, except I can't see it because I still don't have a thief immediately on the team. Never mind. I forgot to give you a job. I mean, you could stay a miner, though. This dexterity doesn't especially matter for you. I mean, it might raise your critical hit chance. Like, if Roland wasn't so far along with Tinker, I'd consider making him the thief, because dexterity would help him. Which is the other reason why I wanted to get another ranger or another archer, because then I could make them the thief and the stat bonus would actually help them. Hey, I don't think I did anything at the lumber mill yet, did I? So I can get wood that way, potentially. Because I think there is a wood cutting spot here, as you would imagine at a lumber mill. Yes, there is. Damn it. No, we only missed one piece. It's fine. What was your deal again?
I am terribly sorry.
Oh, right.
A simple sawmill, and I am its humble owner.
Uh-huh, sure you are. Don't worry, I believe you. There's nothing suspicious about this sawmill at all. Nothing's wrong. Nothing but total faith and belief.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Give me all that cloth. Thank you for the cloth. You'll get more. Go get more and then find me. I want all of it.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my
Oh
good
yeah,
sirs?
I just bought some iron ore from you a moment ago. You all are identical, so I can never tell who's who. Let's see if we can actually afford to make something now. I think we can. And I could always just check the menu, but we're right here. I heard something rustling in the leaves right outside my window. It's just one of the local cats. He's just tromping on through. Or is he? Something else is louder. Hang on. Never mind, figured out the louder thing. There's an adult male deer up on the hill, bashing away at the tree, doing his thing. That's what I was hearing. I thought it was a little weird that I heard that cat so clearly. It's like, no, that doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, and we did just get more wood, so I could make the iron-studded mace as well now. But priority one is better armor. Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough iron left after that, I don't think. In order to make the weapon as well. We'll do this, and then after a series of hand-me-downs, it should be in a good order. Damn it. There we go. 20 armor. Yeah. Alright, that got us the next set of armor as well. Because we hadn't made any chest armor yet. That was real chest armor. Yeah, but you're still just wearing rags. You go ahead and take those. And then you take these. This way they all get upgrades, but considering A, they're the captain, and B, they've been one of the most effective ones on the team, I'm gonna keep prioritizing keeping them alive. Because they are the one I'm usually using as a problem solver. I fully acknowledge that it's a rich get richer situation with that, but it's either that or I give you the better armor and I give him the Brigandine. That way it's balanced a little bit better between the two of you. Let's see how the math works on that. So that brings you down to 27, but 33 guard. You're at 38 and 35 guard. Yeah, this armor is doing a lot of heavy lifting in terms of people's stats. You do have more raw health. So I think that's balanced between the two of you in terms of keeping you both up and running. Still leaves Adderall kind of in the dust a bit, but they'll figure it out. He's also the new guy, so he'll have to survive a fight or two before I care as much about making him better.
You can use my
I think I was trying to say making him enduring, and I'm like, that's a sentence that doesn't really fit. I'm just gonna throw that sentence out and try again.
Might I interest you, my
Oh, it's just you again. These caravans really come and go from the same spots very quickly, I've noticed. I really would figure they would take a longer trip. You really want to have a go, huh? 1 marauder, 2 poachers, 2 hoodlums. Alright. Any day game. You'd load any time. There we go. It really just has a slow load now and then, and I don't really know why. So there's 3 of them over here. The poacher being one of which that's going to go immediately. So what you're saying is these 2 poor hoodlums are screwed. Like, they've just signed up to die. Because all of their friends are over here. These 2 are gonna get such a beatdown. This is just so bad for them. I've just got no reason to tangle with those 3. I could just let them come to me, eat most of the way, and then turn around, crush the poachers, crush the marauder, fight's over. This is silly. The way this spawned is insanity to me. Let's get you on out of there so you don't get shot by a poacher. Make this whole situation sillier. Though this mud is brutal. I don't think you can reach by moving here, can you? Nope. That poacher might actually reach to shoot. Nope, just out of range. Sad days for you. The thing is, those poachers are going to get shots off because of this mud, actually. So I should have actually just turned them around straight away, but then the rest of the team wouldn't be able to cross the mud to catch up to them. So it's just kind of annoying either way you look at that. Nah, go ahead and just slap him. Like, without the mud there, this could have gone so much smoother. But, you know, mud. And these are actually strong hoodlums as well. They went up a tier, I think, because we got a bit stronger and got another character. Which I did not account for them being stronger hoodlums. That was a mistake on my part. It'll be fine either way. But it's one of those, I need to acknowledge that I made a slight mistake here. Okay, that poacher's gonna take his turn. So we'll move you so you aren't immediately in poacher range. And just continue to make the situation over here worse for these boys. It also doesn't help that I have, like, no valor points, and I didn't account for that either. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I didn't account for a lot of things. Yep, that was a crit. Okay. I was gonna say, gonna assume that was a crit, considering that guy got obliterated. We could just kill this one off, too. Just bash him right now and be done with it. Also, valor points. There we go. Yeah, now that we can spare him. Slap. Now we just let the suckers walk into the mud. The only thing is, they are going to be able to get bow shots on their next turn. So we let this poacher move up, and then we start moving people through the mud at them. And we should be able to get there before they get shots off. In theory. Whose turn do I want to waste? So I'm basically gonna have to burn a turn. I want to keep yours because you can charge decently. Even in mud, presumably. Roland, you just take a break. Oh wait, yeah, I'm gonna have to waste multiple turns, actually. For some reason, I thought they were next in line. I'm not gonna waste your turn because you're poisoned. I wanted to keep your turn available, but I'll just move you slightly closer and call that good enough. Well, it's gonna have to be your turn. Because Adderall's the only one I can guarantee will be able to get through the mud to one of the poachers. Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't really like the idea of moving forward there, but we'll do it. Thing is, if I rush Adderall over there, he's gonna be in Marauder range. The other option is we just wait the one more turn and let the Marauder move forward. Though it looks like the turn order is actually gonna shoot me in the foot here for screwing around and trying to be sneaky. So we may as well just go for it anyways, what that boils down to. And we'll just charge this one. It should be a little bit harder. Actually, no, charging this one would be better because the poacher will be between us and the Marauder. Just don't actually get an attack off of the charge on that one. Plunk. Flip deflection just for a little safety, just in case the Marauder does reach. Yep, that's what I thought. He measures out just short. Problem is the mud is going to affect most people's movement just enough to be a problem. And that's the part that I was worried about not having work out. But it's fine. Oh, why were you somehow just in the right spot regardless? I figured he wouldn't be able to stand there, but apparently there was the one pixel he could slide into. Which I could have seen if I just paid a little more attention. That is admittedly on me, but I'm just like, why? Why? Stopping him moving won't help, is he'll probably just shoot from there. Ah, well. I accept my mistakes. That poacher's going next, so that turn doesn't much matter. I think part of the mistake I made here in my logic was I'm so used to having an archer of my own. So brain partially went, oh yeah, we could just pepper them with arrows as they cross the mud, forgetting they're the only ones with arrows. Genius move on my part, all things considered. Why can't I... Why can't I go to that end tile there? Hello? Game? Game, please? I can only go to that, like, one specific spot, and only if I'm way over here for some reason. Interesting. You can't quite reach him. Sad days. May as well have some fun. Clank, clank. Bonk. This way he's preoccupied and isn't gonna wander off to do anything silly. Oh no, 3 damage. Whatever are we going to do? How will we survive that much damage? You know, this is 100% going worse because I screwed around. I also could have backed up further. But that also wouldn't have been very interesting. Like, part of this went awry definitely due to content play instead of sensible play. Step in. Give him the slap chop. You didn't get to have any fun yet, so go ahead and stab this boy. Oh no, the dangerous fisticuffs. The most potent ability an archer has. Could walk up and clobber either of these two. You can't quite get in a spot to stop this from transpiring. Because of the mud. So yeah, let's just go ahead and kill him. This way, at the very least, he's no longer engaged. And we get the galvanization. Which doesn't help getting hit, but you know. No, we still had another turn left anyway. What am I doing? Yep, another 3 damage crit. Proving once again why I'm not that scared of these marauders. I don't think that's enough of a nudge over for him to be in range of our other guy. Nope. I needed him to somehow wrap around that corner, which is physically impossible. This fight's over, though. It's been over for a while. But it's just more definitely over now. Well, isn't this a weird reversal? Having the ranger be the one distracting somebody. Ship's logs, some money, another outlaw's tabard. There I go, spending piles of raw materials again because I keep screwing around in these fights too hard. I mean... This is slightly better and gives you more movement, so here, take that. I knew we would find better armor. That wasn't even a question of when. I mean, a question of if, rather. It was only a question of when. You go ahead and get in on that. You don't have anything useful to do here. You still don't have anything recipe-wise. You really can't make anything interesting here either. Make the rope just for sake of argument. There's something we needed rope for anyway. I think it was involved with one of the blacksmith things. I really don't remember. It doesn't much matter. Yeah, we'll go and just cook up and move on our way. There we go. We get some more influence because everybody's happy. It's funny, my party is slightly smaller than the test one I made, but they're better geared by a long shot. I was using so much scrapped together crap on that other setup. Don't know how they didn't respond to me. I really would have figured they would have kicked in when it got that red. 1 alpha and 4 wolves. This is clearly when we assert dominance by ripping the alpha down first. Except there's really not a mechanical reason to do that, I don't think. Because the alpha just bites and bleeds people that don't have armor. Which I'm pretty sure... Yeah, he has slightly better bite. That's about the only thing he's got going for him, and more health. So there's no real point in prioritizing him. And I don't have enough rope to try to catch one of these. Because I'm betting it's going to need more than one rope to catch a wolf. Because it was, I think, 3 for the boar I caught in my test game. So that was the alpha boar that I caught, so that might have something to do with that. There's no point in having you be that far back. You may as well move up. Adderall, I don't really want you to be the one by yourself if I'm going to put somebody by themselves over there, for one. And for two, there's really not much point in having somebody be by themselves in this situation. So I could try to split the wolves up, but if the majority of the pack all runs over to, like, the 1 or 2 I have on the other side, that 1 or 2 is going to have a very bad day. I'm better off being in a clump. You may as well just go up and engage straight away. Because these wolves aren't exactly tough. They hit reasonably hard, and they're dangerous in quantity. And the argument could be made that this is quantity of wolves, but I wouldn't say that it's that bad. This one's basically done for, so go ahead and just chuck that hatchet at that one. In fact, actually, you may as well make the full move on that and just go there. Can't quite get you to reach both of them, but that's okay. Just end that one straight out. I do like the random free attacks that are laying around, like the axes and the spears and things that you could just chuck. It's always satisfying. You go ahead and rush off to engage this one, since it's moving next. Use your free point from engaging something to clobber it again, and it's gone. And it's good! Now I'll just have you move in to help whoever engages this one. I could taunt it so it engages him straight away, but there's no real point. No, don't end his turn. The alpha's the one going next. Not quite the plan I had in mind, but we'll do it anyway. I could have charged it as well, but this is fine. Punk. No. Deflection's better. Because this is 70% less damage taken, while this is 50% less damage dealt. I could do both, but that'd be such an egregious waste of Valor points at that point. Like, as it stands, it's probably a waste of Valor points to even deflect against this thing in the first place. Well, there's the capture prompt, and... Oh, I just need the 1 rope to knock out a wolf. Do I even want a wolf, though? I mean, I kind of do, but I don't really know if I would actually, like, really be using it. Because I can't, like, check in here to see what their upgrade tree looks like or anything to know whether it's worth it to me. It'd be kind of fun having one, but I don't know how practical it is. It's like, I know there is one of the archer paths that lets them command animals. But we neither have an archer nor multiple animals. I would really rather have the alpha, but I'm pretty sure that if this regular wolf takes 1 rope, the alpha probably takes 3, just like the alpha sow did. I'm gonna put this off to a future concept. I mean, he did survive. But now... I can't actually use that because it's a base action. Bye-bye, puppy. Next time. I was half expecting a whole array of no's and y's to appear when I did that. That'll do. I know the other wolf is going to attack, but it's not going to even dent Owen's armor, so it doesn't matter. Think. Oh, now the strength oil kicks in. Thanks, game. Thanks for having a sense of humor, as usual. Yeah, we could still capture this one instead. That line's identical. Nah. Lots of leather out of that, which was part of the reason why I was hunting them down. Oh, it's pay time again already? Jeez. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything else of value out this way. Oh, it's getting foggy. Yeah, to lend a little bit of context to why I turned around and avoided the ice area you saw me look at before, that was the first place I encountered those ghost monsters that show up from the fog. I know you guys still haven't seen them yet, those that haven't already played the game. Just understand that they're not ideal to deal with, but we are going to have to deal with them to get the ghost leather in order to make the better stuff.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
You know, go ahead and buy the wood you're carrying. I kind of hoping you'd have cloth, but wood's useful too. Win 10 fights with no injuries. 'Cause I don't think anybody's really gotten that bad off on health aside from that fight against the blue guys. That deer is really going ham out there. Oh, there's other deer as well. There's a younger male right there. Oh. He's still wander off. Should have gotten the big one. He was real far away. Like that one was almost within arm's reach out the window. Hmm. Just a pity that these don't give new abilities. I've got to find unique ones, I guess, for different abilities at that point. At this point, a lot of blacksmithing's just numbers go up. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just not as exciting. Tracker's camp, huh? I don't think I've been over here yet. And there's another place I can cut wood here. Don't mind me, I'm just going to avail myself of your woodcutting spot before we have any interactions. Just in case you tell me to get the hell out of your camp. Anyway. Oh, you're a druid.
Envious of our war paint, are you? You're not the first.
I mean, I guess that's paint on under your eyes there. And then there's paint, of course, in a line there.
Sorry, mercenaries. Only those who have been initiated in our ways may sport these. To become part of the lucky few, you must travel to Ludern and ask the druid in the Tull's Glade. But be warned, the way there is fraught with danger.
That could be interesting.
Name's Brennan, Master Tracker. Our brotherhood is tasked with the culling of all the wild beasts on the continent. We reward hunters for their kills and protect the common folk from these vicious animals.
I really was not expecting the full helm under the skin there. Since we didn't get a look at them.
Learn from us. You'll need to prove your worth and take part in your first hunt.
Sure.
Come back victorious, or do not come back at all.
Giant she-wolf Sika. Ooh, that'll be interesting.
Don't even bother trying to sell me your filth. I am in need of fangs to accomplish our ancient rituals.
Well, good news. I've got lots of those. And you want a lot more than that. Understood. Which is a pity, because you sell things I would love to have. But you want a lot of fangs. A lot of fangs. Well. And of course I can't sell them things in exchange for fangs. I don't have a thief still. Was thinking about it. Was thinking about it. If I could successfully make off with one of those recipes, that would save me so many fangs. But it's probably not worth it. The level for Explorer. Because we're just wandering the whole damn world. Okay, now we got 2 points to spend. I keep feeling like I should be doing more cooking, but we haven't been having a food problem at all, so I'm just kind of ignoring it. I feel like that's going to come back to bite me at some point, but it hasn't yet, so I'm like, yeah, that upgrades what I can dismantle and how much I get from it. So that is debatably worth it. It's also actually pretty achievable. It's only slightly more expensive than the last upgrade was. We actually still have enough sandstone for that. I would just need to get a little more iron and some coal, and I can make the best campfire. Buffing my bonuses more would definitely be helpful. That looks like a training dummy set there. I would be interested in finding out about that. It's a pity you can't get a better camp chest. Like, I would just like better everything. Let me make amazing things. Oh yeah, it was in the apothecary. That's where I was thinking of the other thing. Because you can make the other left-hand weapons in there. Now, I think we should probably just upgrade our general knowledges a little more right now. With how much we're actually using Valor points now, we'll go ahead and get the Feat Makers thing. I probably should have gotten like career plans or restoration at this point. Restoration in particular would save me a lot of raw materials, but brain didn't kick in on that quick enough. Let's see if this unlocks something else. Aha! I can carry more bounties. Okay. Not necess- Oh, wait, no. That gives me more options. It doesn't actually let me carry more. That's disappointing. But that gets those points spent, and we learned a thing. We now know where to get hunting missions from. I knew they existed because of the fact that there's, like, mentions of the trackers, like, there and all of that, but I had never actually gone up here to encounter that.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
A little bit. Guess I'll take that.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
I just cannot get away from you, can I? Just keep running into the same merchant everywhere I go. Guess that means she's doing a good job being a merchant if she's everywhere. But at the same time, it's just like, go away until you have more resources. Oh, it's ghost time. Well, I suppose I should show off these fights and get us some white leather. Because we do need it. Just walk on into the fog. And there's ghost wolves and ghost boars in here. This is actually not that bad a fight. In theory. You'll find out very quickly why I'm very sketch about these fights. Well, there's two reasons. One of the reasons will become apparent very quickly. The other one will become apparent not so long after that. This positioning kind of poopy. It's kind of poopy. You definitely don't want to be there. Thinking something like that. If you come in from there. Yeah, that should do. So we'll start with you taking on this boar. I don't really like the idea of you taking it on alone, but you do enough damage, you should be okay. And the good news is their damage isn't necessarily the issue. And that may sound silly, but it'll make sense to those who don't know in a little bit. Okay, you wouldn't be able to kill with that, and I'm not gonna waste that right now. So problem number one, their attacks inflict terror. I quickly click back over to Hemlin to explain terror. You get hit with terror 5 times, the affected character leaves. They just run right out of the battlefield. It can really suck sometimes. And there's another facet to that that'll come up for too long, most likely. Go ahead and tangle with you before you get a chance to pick your target. And we'll get to work on working this one over. Since that's an opportunity at the back of something. That won't kill, so don't bother. You go ahead and get in on that one before it gets a turn. Positioning didn't quite work out the way I had hoped I thought I was going to be able to have him reach to get a point off of Royland, but we can save that for later then. You might be thinking, wow, for how short a fight this is looking like, he's holding his points back a bunch. There's more to it than this. Just say that. There's more to it than this. There it is. A ghost bear and a nightmare have appeared. I've actually never seen a ghost bear show up, so that's a bigger problem than I'm used to having. But a nightmare has appeared every time I've been fighting these ghost creatures. Note these 78 hit points and multiple skills, and yeah, that's why I'm holding my points back in these fights, because those are bad times. They're not the worst to deal with. Oh, I'm sure there is. There's always a trick. I'm betting if I didn't get like a certain amount of terror, or if I ended the fight fast enough, I'd avoid it or something like that, but it doesn't much matter. I am not asking to know what the trick is. There's a trick to everything. There's always something. Nice, nice. So that one's a non-issue. The poison will take care of him. But move you on down here instead. Why is that frenzy gonna do, like, no damage? Oh, wait, no, that one just has that much health left. Right. The boars are really tanky. He also still needs a better knife. Yeah, I didn't make him an iron knife yet. Situations like this definitely prove that he needs it, though. And here comes the bear. Ow. $240 hit points on that goddamn bear. Disengage you from the bear. I don't really want you getting hugged by a bear. You find somewhere else to be now. Goodbye. That's a bit more chunky than I would have expected for this game, considering I've never seen anything have close to that much health unless it's somebody running around with armor on. And it's a lot of armor. I would almost go so far as to say that that's a bit excessive. Is usually when a nightmare's shown up, it usually shows up like with a ghost wolf or something, and I'm like, oh, that's fine. We wipe out the ghost wolf and then fight the nightmare. This is a problem. I think we might actually have people disappear due to terror, just because that thing's gonna be so chunky, it's gonna be a problem. Yes, but it having good stats doesn't matter if it terrors everybody out before we can manage to kill it. That's the concern I have. Is we'll also have the nightmare interfering too. We might just lose to terror here, which is gonna suck. While our damage output against humans has seemed pretty good, our actual damage output's really not that impressive. Okay, you got hit with the Binding of Terror, and I don't know who else did. You did. Okay, that's very inconvenient, but I can work around that. You're not engaged, so you can just come back this way and that fixes that. Or I kill this so that frees him up, he moves up this way, which would be better. So you give him the old shank. And apparently still not kill it, because these ghost boars are so goddamn tanky against his shitty knife. I'm so used to these being able to kill, but he has not gotten a knife upgrade in a long time. So that's a problem. It's not the biggest problem, but it's a problem. Because the longer all these things are around, the worse this whole situation is going to get. Now we gotta waste another turn getting rid of that to free him up to be able to do what I need him to do. And move over here, just so you're in a better spot again. Move up here so the Binding of Terror goes away. And this way we can get our Valor points. Because we're gonna need them. Thing is, this ends up being a very bad set of plays, because now that Ghost Bear is gonna get to walk in on somebody and get to do bad things to someone again. With minimal recourse on my part, really. Aside from moving Owen here and hoping that the bear targets him instead. Of course it didn't. Thankfully, the bleed is working it over. That was the whole reason I hit it with bleed right out the gate. Was to let that chew through it a bit. Go. And on the bright side, this is perfect positioning, because he's out of the way of the attack, and this gets rid of the wolf and hits the bear. All according to my cunning scheme. I'm just honestly surprised that it worked. I can't help but notice that half the time when I have a cunning scheme, Ingus is the one who ends up in a bad spot because of it. I do feel bad about that. Okay, your terror is not too bad. Go ahead and get the bear's attention on you instead. So as you are less likely to die to the bear as quickly. You're also the one I care the least if he dies. Oh, of course you put the Binding of Terror on those two. Good. Good. I can't help but notice that he keeps putting on the one, at least one that's either engaged or in an awkward spot almost every time. I don't know if it actually checks for that or not. But this bear is going to take a while to get rid of. You've got Valorous support. So if you go stand over here and stab the bear, that works for both parts of what I need you to do. It's a pity the other one didn't count for both of them for points. Problem is, moving him there now means Royland can't get in unless I move Owen out of the way. Owen, you go ahead and engage the Nightmare. Because that'll get me another Valor point and keep the Nightmare a little bit more occupied. Because, like, I'm not worried about losing this fight to damage. I'm just worried that people are going to get hit with enough terror that they'll get out of the fight before we can finish this. Wow, Frenzy's going to do, like, nothing. But it's still more than what most of our attacks have been doing to it. And we get poison on it as well, which was the other part of the plan. So now it's poisoned and bleeding. Bear just has so much fucking health. And there's one. Because I fucked up. I fucked up the Eternal Order. That one was my own fault. I forgot about Binding of Terror. I should have moved Ingus first. And that would have solved the problem. Now we have a bit of a bother. It's not the biggest of issues, but it's a little bit of a bother. So how much damage can the bear do? 7 to 9. I mean, he'll come back. It's not like he's dead. He just left combat and he'll be back after the fight's over. I just need to keep Ingus from dying. Which means ideally not engaging the bear with him. It does mean he's guaranteed to take the 3 terror because I can't get rid of the Binding of Terror because his binding counterpart left. I'm just gonna move him around behind the crowd and hope the bear attacks somebody else. Because I don't want to push him too close to death. I'm trying to keep these people intact for the moment because I don't have enough replacements to really be throwing people away. And constantly replacing people is going to get expensive. Well, that's interesting. I can tell that it still has health left because that health bar still has health in it. But the other healths are kind of buggered, so I'm a little confused. Okay. So that health bar is the one that's bugged, then the one that does still have something in it. So he should have reached 0 health when that happened. Whatever. Die. The math on that doesn't work out for him hitting the point where he would have needed to go berserk in the first place. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna worry about it. Not gonna try to make sense of it. Shit be happening. All I know is the bear's gone now and I'm happy enough for it. Ooh, you're the one who has Binding of Terror. You go over there. Get rid of the binding. That gets it surrounded. You go ahead and move over here now that the binding's dealt with. Go ahead and poison it. I just gotta be relatively cautious with who attacks it how many times, so we don't end up getting everybody terrored out. But with the amount of health it has left, it shouldn't matter anymore. We did it. It got sketchy because if I made too many mistakes, half the people were going to have run out of there. And all of our armor's broken. This is why I don't like those fights, because they really get quite long because of the extra enemies that show up. Tell that to the fact that we don't have all the medicine in the world to keep healing all the injuries we're gonna get by not having armor. If we just don't get hit, it would work out great, but very few of these fights end quick enough for that to work. Well, that's exactly why I'm concerned about it, yes. I'm not asking anyone else to be concerned about it because no one else's problem but mine. You know, there's one advantage if somebody was to die. Wouldn't have to feed them as much. You know, there's always that upside. You know, we apparently got a big old bear paw too, so that's nice. What do you want? Won't last long at this rate. My ribs hurt and I still can't see clearly. Oh, you're fine. Come on now. You've had worse. Sure as hell ain't gonna pay you more for it. Well, that's a heavy downturn on happiness. This just sucks. Yep, you know what? No, fuck you. You want to whine? I don't care. I don't care if everybody's mad about it. Now, there comes a time where I'm just gonna put my foot down and not care, and that's one of those. Because that event was stupid. Yeah, we are busted up, broke, and just generally unhappy. This is right about the same point in the game, though, that I had the major downturn I had in the last file, too. So I feel like it's just meant to happen at some point. Things can't always be going well.
Use my anvil. I can also repair your armor.
Interesting how it costs exactly how much I have left. Do it.
A few dents here and there. Nothing more. There. Good as new.
So that... The murder bear paw only sells for 5, huh? Well, fuck you too, buddy. And of course, we now have enough to make one of these armors. Aside from the coal. But we don't have points, and we don't have money to get coal either. Sad days. Sad days. We could make another padded brigandine, though. That would make a pretty hefty difference. For somebody. Problem is, I need to start getting rid of some of this crap in order to make us the money we're gonna need, because I only have 2 rests before we need to pay again. I mean, I can put off paying for a rest or 2 as long as it doesn't come around to time for them to be paid a second time. But I prefer to pay immediately on time so I don't have to think about it. I really should have been picking up more jobs and actually doing them to keep our money flowing. But I got distracted trying to do other things. The problem in this situation is I might not be able to get all the way out to one of these jobs and come back, because they're all pretty far away. And we do have to turn it in. Like, I could try figuring out one of these random quests that's around, but I don't know how well those will work out, because I don't know what half of them are. I could try the cave. I haven't done the cave fight, but the cave fight probably isn't that bad, question mark? We are at least fully repaired and fully healed, so... Let's make that brigandine and then go to the cave. Let's do it that way. Six. Yeah, I'm gonna be just short on iron. I might be able to fix that. Brigandine is a higher priority, though, right now. Perfect. Yeah, that's just too good to argue with. Lose your movement bonus, but your movement's already pretty good. And that makes you as tough as those two. You just can't do damage for crap. I almost should just give you the torch instead. So that goes in the offhand, I know, but it would just amuse me. You're the only one left who needs slightly better armor, so there you go, slightly better armor. Like that. This is a weird problem for me to have.
I can also repair your armor.
So I'm very used to having the problem of my weapons are good and my armor is crap. Instead, I've made myself good armor, but a couple people on the team have crap weapons, and it's becoming a problem. I just need 2 iron for the dagger. Would the dagger be that much better? Kind of. It would be twice as much dexterity. He would lose the poisoning, but he would gain presumably more damage? Not actually showing me the percentages on that one. Whereas it shows me the percentages on that one. And I am almost always hitting enemies in the back. So it would make more sense at this stage of the game for me to have the stab skill back for the extra critical. Theoretically. But also getting an actual weapon for the other frontliner would also make sense. And this one only needs the 1 more iron ore as opposed to 2. But I need to find somebody who's selling iron ore for that to matter.
Might I interest you in my humble wares?
No, you can't. Go away. I really wish I'd invested in running right about now. Especially when they randomly stop pathing. No. Let's you stop getting stuck on random crap. Come on now. Probably gonna chase this one down and they're not even gonna have iron.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
I hate being right. I hate being right so much. We've wasted so much time chasing down a man who didn't have iron. There's such a strong temptation to attack him in anger. Which, you know what? That's a whole other thing. That's a whole other thing. Now I can't even bring up the menu to show. But stealing any particular item is more of a wanted level than murdering the whole lot of people here. I just want to point that out. feel like there's a logic disparity there, but I guess it's because nobody's there to, you know, nobody will live to prove this. Speaking of...
Are you bandits? We have nothing. We're only refugees fleeing the Eduranian war. Please let us go, I beg you.
The game doesn't care if I kill them. But they do have a good point. They do kind of have nothing. So I doubt I'd get much out of killing them. Like, there's the debate of, well, desperate times call for desperate measures, but I feel like that's a pointless measure. Or from the look of them. Iron. I do wish the pathing in this game would be a little smarter. I did not want to go in here. Going in here is pointless to me. Gotta go all the way around. Why is there a dead man out here this time? That wasn't there before. Oh, that's probably part of the she-wolf hunt thing that we triggered. That man got et. There we go. There's the 2 iron I need. But we've burnt so much time. But I'm gonna... Also, that is one wild blood trail. I gotta tell ya. I just noticed that. Like, they must have made that big on purpose just to make sure people wouldn't miss it, because that is, in any other capacity, insanity. This is a difference of a 1 strength mace versus a 3 strength mace. I feel like he kind of needs that. It's 60 to 80% of your strength. Then again, his strength is kind of crap to begin with. But that would at least bring him up to 10 strength instead of 7. Yes. It's better than nothing. And it theoretically could end up better. Well, don't screw this up. There we go. +6. That'll be a lot better. That's almost doubling his strength. There we go. Now he's up to 7 to 10. That's still not, like, amazing damage. But, you know, it's better than the limp noodle he was hitting people with before. So now the only other holdback really is Roland with his level 1 knife. Really wondering if I should have just made him a poisoner.
My concoctions can heal the most grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them.
Could sell some of these comfreys. I don't need 28 of them, and because I'm not using them. So that solves the worst of our money woe at the moment. Yes, yes, by yourself. Just quickly actually taking stock again for a change. Could sell the wolf chunks, but we do only have 3 days of food. Yeah, we're mostly short on fish oil for the other oils. Because this would also help his situation a little bit. Go ahead and make the two medicines, because we are gonna need those almost certainly after where we're going. This is either gonna be really bad or incredibly worth it. Let's find out. God damn it.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Not really. I mean, I'll buy your raw materials because I'm going to need those in a minute as well, because I'm going to be breaking a lot of armor today, probably. Other than that, I have no use for you. I'm going to try to get reasonably close to where we're going before they refuse to go further. And then I'm going to hope that we don't get attacked in the middle of the night. Great plan, I know. Just the most fantastic strategic thinking. Praying we don't get screwed. Yeah, no. No. Though there's a thought. The fact that the seasoned guy showed up as can't be captured makes me wonder if I could have actually been capturing regular enemies this entire time and in some means selling prisoners. Not a question I want to answer, just thinking out loud on that one. Just a realization of, huh, I wonder if that's a thing. More rope because I can. And there's really not much else I can do here at the minute, so. Probably should just eat these carcasses so I stop carrying them around with me. Which really just sounds bad when you say it that way, but well, you know. Just chip all that leftover meat off the bones. You know what, Vainlick? I've decided you will be the lieutenant. This was a very arbitrary decision, but enjoy your arbitrary decision of being promoted. This should help a bit as well. This is where the left-hand bonus is as well. Forging left-hand weapons costs one less of everything, which probably makes them very cheap to make. And before I made all of this stuff, I probably should have prioritized getting that level in this tree so I could grab this, make all my stuff better. But, you know. A little bit late to be doing that. I could further reduce our rationing issues as well, but I don't really need to. I'm going to take Art of the Forge anyway, because I am going to be continuing to make things. There was mostly a debate in my head as to whether I wanted left-hand specialists, so I could actually start making Roland have a little bit more to do and be a little more effective. But the Forge upgrade will make everybody more effective, so that's the smarter choice. It'll especially benefit any new people I hire, which invariably I'm going to be hiring new people, because we're going to need more bodies at the rate we're going. So speaking of the rate we're going, I don't know how much longer I'm going to go today. We've been live for 5 hours, which isn't crazy, but I am starting to get a headache. Ooh. Sadly not a thief currently, so I can't bust into that without making somebody a thief. Which, you don't have any mining experience. So I could flip you to that right quick just to get in there. I don't know what the response to that will be. I presume I can open it without it being a problem. It's just as soon as I take anything, people will be upset. Let's talk to Bertram first.
Mercenaries. Did Fergus send you to help us?
Yeah.
Hired you to kill me. I beg of you, don't do this. We do not enjoy bullying the farmers, you know. We have no choice if we want to survive.
You know, we probably shouldn't have been so open with that piece of information. We could have told them, yeah, Fergus sent us to help, and then we'd all go out in a big band to go fight the guard, and then we stab them in the back and we win. But no, we gotta go tell him that we're here to kill him.
Rovand is the one who must die. I will match his offer. In fact, I can pay you more, and you would be doing a good deed.
Now, you've got my attention. You're saying you'll pay me more.
Once he is gone, the farmers of Chiltern will have no one to protect them. We won't have to force them to share their resources with us. Kill the captain. It's the only solution.
Now, you started to fall apart again there with your logic there, buddy. All you're saying is you're gonna go back to wanton pillaging. Pillaging that I should be benefiting from. You're not cutting me in on that part. You done fucked up on that one. You're offering me 100 crowns and nothing else. You've gone and insulted me is what you've done. Like, all these claims of doing a good thing with nothing to back those up either really don't impress me. Die. This is why I was afraid of this fight, because I had a feeling it was going to be a lot of them in here. Still not too bad, though. It's just 3 hoodlums, 3 poachers, and Bertram. Not crazy. They have the number advantage by 1 with Bertram himself. But I'm pretty sure we'll even that out pretty quick. I just gotta be mindful of cave-ins. So they got 3 guys there. Adderall and Owen surrounding them. Bertram himself is here. And he's another one with that stupid devious whirlwind, because he's just another ringleader. He's got a master's jacket, a ringleader's coif, ringleader's dagger. I don't really want the ringleader's dagger, because I don't really want to have the spin to worry about. Avoiding hitting my own people with. Okay, so we could chuck a torch at them right out the gate. That'll be fun. The thing is, there's somebody missing. One of their guys is missing from this. Wait, no. That's the 4th guy I was looking for in this pile here. Okay. So 4 are here, 3 are here. We can more or less disregard these 3 for a little while. And just focus all of our force here. Crush these 4. And then crush those 3 when they catch up. Because it'll just be a simple matter of move Owen over here. Put Adderall here. Because he'll go in on that poacher as soon as the poacher's turn's about to come up. Is the only hoodlum over there that gets a turn anytime quick is that one from the look of things. No, he gets his turn reasonably quickly as well. But he'll burn a turn trying to close the gap. So I think that'll be okay. So I think we open with Humlin, Mullen steps forward, grabs the torch, throws it on these kids here, and we'll see if the fire stays or not. So I've never actually used one of those. Oh wow, that's a small fire. Here you go, Bertram, catch. That's definitely a case of think fast. But what? Oh god, I'm burning. Well, you didn't think fast enough. Let's not put your back to a hoodlum. That's just not a good plan. I mean, yeah. Why not? Die. Because that will definitely help our plan out a little bit. If one of them's just dead out the gate. Let's see. Next in line is that guy. We'll go ahead and have you go in on this poacher immediately. Okay, so the poacher's basically sorted out. On Adderall's next turn, that poacher's dead. We can disregard that from there. I really dislike how it tries to lock the camera to the one it decides it wants you to use. It's a little annoying when it does that. Go ahead and go get you. I'm not too concerned about who Bertram decides to go bother. Because the worst he'll do is walk up to one person and spin on them. And it won't be great, but won't be the biggest problem. Oh yeah, Bertram's not even getting a turn yet. What am I doing? What am I talking about? Now Bertram gets a turn. In fact, yeah, Angus, you can go play with Bertram. He'll be okay. Because he's not gonna have fun playing with you. I keep forgetting to rampage first. Because we keep getting that one crit in there that would make everything better. Yeah, I definitely could have done this fight earlier and it would have been fine. But they frame it like it's gonna be this whole big thing. And then it just becomes a big slaughter. Fine, I'll move him. The game's so hard up on making him get moved. Oh, Bertram's dead. You know, maybe I should have sided with him just for the tougher fight. Because I assume fighting the guard outside probably would have been tougher than this just slaughter that's happening in here. But I can't exactly ignore him offering me a pittance and pretending like that's worth my time. Because, you know, that's just insulting. Oh yeah, I forgot we have tactical order now that he's a lieutenant. Yeah, that's fine. That guy's gonna move next. So apparently Inga... Oh, right, because he was next to the guy that was on fire. This is probably gonna be the only damage we take is because I caught fire from my own shenanigans. Which really just isn't shocking to anyone, probably. You go ahead and move over here, then. And spear up. Actually, no. Spear up is useless. Because more than likely I'll have Adderall walk up to the hoodlum. Actually, no. There's no point in doing that, then. Go ahead and point your spear there. we'll just move somebody in closer instead of the other plan. This way, he'll walk forward, get shanked, apparently just die straight up, so that was convenient. And, yeah. Yeah, that was the thing that happened. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Nyum. Bonk. Well, I'm glad I gave Adderall a better weapon. Just so we don't take more fire damage, I'll actually let the one archer run. We did it. Is it bad that I only feel bad about how that played out just because that was way too easy?
So, Bertram is dead. My men and the good citizens of Tiltron will be glad to hear it. I must commend you for your courage and your devotion to our cause. Here is the reward the Lady Mayoress promised me. You deserve it. Goodbye.
Yeah, see, he was... The other guy was talking a big game of paying me more. But the other thing listed 100 crowns, and we're still getting 100 crowns. There was no point in taking him up on his offer. Now I can open this box without repercussions. There we go. Ooh. Some gems, you say? And a golden key. We've seen a couple places where those have shown up to be useful. Doesn't seem like there's a spot for that in here, though. That exits the entire place, though. What happens if I go this way? Okay, that's the same exit. Wasn't there a golden key chest somewhere here? Or am I thinking of a different place? Oh, there it is. I can open that. And get us a color of solitude, some money, and some cloth. That probably wasn't worth using the golden key on that. Oh well. We can cut wood again, at least. I wonder if it's because the state of this area changed, or if there's actually a time where these reset. You know, everybody left, so technically the area would reset on that logic as well. But who knows which way that actually works. Still, that solves our money woes for the moment. Which is exactly what I wanted it to do. It's not ideal solution to our money woes, but it helped. And I may just keep that guy as a thief for a bit. Till we get somebody else that'll do the job better.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
You need iron ore. Don't need the jacket, though, and I'm probably not gonna bother with the collar of solitude. So we'll trade that for all of their iron. There's a temptation to steal those items back, but then I'd have a whole other headache on my hands. Even with the suspicion reduced, those just don't seem worth it. I suspect I'll have to train somebody up in thieving decently high before that starts seeming like it's worth it to me.
Come. Take a look at my wares.
That's mostly just because I'm trying to avoid having a real wanted level. I remain unsure just how bad that actually is. This will help you a bit. Because now you have damage bonus against poisoned people. Though, hindsight, this would almost be better for literally anybody other than him to have, since he's the one who applies the poison. But he's also the only one who doesn't have a better hat already. So... it does give him an extra critical hit percent, so... it's fine. We do have more iron and more wood, though, so we should be able to sort out better equipment a little more again. Specifically, finally getting that iron dagger sorted out. Once again, playing Blacksmith Whack-A-Mole. +9. Okay. Now we talking. We could finally get some heavy armor sorted out. Sure. Because then the medium starts getting handed down. Nice. 29 and 21 guard. Woo! Sadly, this means we don't have enough cloth for the hat anymore, but that's okay. We don't need the regular hats. Of course, now as soon as he gets a damage bonus to his poisoning, because he could, like, poison, then frenzy, then wrath. So he would still get the 25% for those two. It's 14 to 18 as opposed to 8 to 11. No, that's just too much better, especially when you consider he'll have a 45% critical, 47% critical chance when he's behind somebody. Your movement is 13. This will take you down to 11. That's fine. Because you are now even more of a wall. And I am pleased to see that. Your armor value is good, but your guard value kind of sucks. Same with you. Problem is, the heavy armor guy is the one who had the least valuable armor on him. So it really doesn't end up being the most valuable upgrade. Need to trade down. I mean, I guess we could always just not trade it down. But I feel like guard is valuable. So like in his case, just losing the 2 movement is fine. That brings him up to a 14% damage reduction. It's probably worth it.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor.
Of course, no sooner did I make that, did I immediately realize we actually had enough knowledge to get one of these going. This is why you check that first. I mean, there's always the option of going for one of the weapon sets first, then. This is how I know I should be stopping soon. When I'm not even checking simple things like that to realize that's gonna be a mistake. These are really strong compared to the ones we have, though. So I probably should be doing that. Thankfully, no. No one's been as bad as Dennis. Otherwise, I would have had them killed already. Actually, yeah, the Ghost Buckler might be... Yeah. That's probably the play here, because we can make multiple of those. I also didn't bother naming anyone.
I can also repair your armor.
Because as I stated at the start of this wasn't going to be like a guaranteed continued save. This was an interest check. Which, given the numbers that have panned out today, there may not be much of a follow-up.
Come, come. Take a look at my wares.
I mean, these do both just say sellable items, so we may as well sell them both.
Please, can you spare some food?
Why are there more beggars? Because there was Renard before. And I gave him money in another reality and he tried to screw me, so I killed him. This time I've just been ignoring him.
You touch it, you buy it.
Yeah. We do only have 2 days of food left. Probably a smarter idea to... Thank you for popping up random updates about my extensions. I don't particularly care right now. Updates about my extensions. It's probably wiser given the budding headache that I stop now instead of pushing. Because that is only going to get worse, not better. I was checking to make sure I didn't miss something important. Not gonna dignify that with a response. Yeah, with the raid options I have right now, and like I said, the headache on the horizon, we're not gonna raid out at all today. Because I don't want to try to be sociable in that regard whilst pushing with that. Most likely tomorrow we'll be back with Lunacid. I might go do my full replay of that now that it's 1.0 starting tomorrow. Depends on if I have another idea come up before we start that. Saturday might be slightly up in the air depending on one thing that's coming up. I need to see what people want to do with a certain idea first. I've enjoyed doing this, so I don't especially mind continuing this, but the interest is something I do need to keep in mind. So we'll see how this plays out further after I talk to the one I was talking about doing this with and see what they think on this basis. Because there's going to be a lot of schedule juggle and everything involved in that. But yeah, other than the ramble there, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I will be back tomorrow unless this headache actually is like the oncoming sign of something much more significant, which I don't think it is. I get these headaches a lot. But yeah, that just about covers it. So I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night, and bye.